9, the only driver to win more than one, as a matter of fact. He's done it in, well, the other night on the final lap when Devin Moran had a flat. Last night overtaking Spencer Hughes and got the win, dominating by more than 8 seconds at the finish line. But a great stat in the first 3 Lucas Oil races, the driver that has led the most feature laps has not gone to victory lane as a winner.
50 laps will be the distance in this evening's main event. $15,000 on the line to the winner as well. And let's see how we're going to get there, James, as we take a look at your My Race Pass race info for this evening. We'll start with Dirt Draft Hot Laps, of course, followed by All-Star Performance Time Trials. The field split in half. Group A will qualify against themselves. It's the first half of the field. Group B will qualify against themselves, and that will set the stage for this evening's 4 8-lap heat races. We'll take the top 4 out of each heat race, lock them into tonight's main event. We'll have 2 10-lap B mains. The top 3 out of those will transfer, James. That'll give us 22 cars, and then the balance of the field will be made up by drivers that have a provisional and will elect to take one. And we mentioned $15,000 to win, 50 laps the distance once again here tonight.
Yes, and again, the 23rd and 24th place starters will be based on last year's points, and then we'll settle up on emergency and so on. A brand new track record here last night, Garrett Alberson at a 16.430. And of course, as you mentioned, Ricky Thornton Jr. coming on with his second straight Lucas Oil victory. Climbs to 3rd in the championship point standings. This facility opened 1974. Do you know all the names it's had?
Gateway National Raceway Park, Lake City Speedway. It was actually called North Florida at one time, not to be confused with the other North Florida down the road. Columbia County, Columbia Motorsports Park, Ellisville Speedway, and then Alltech here about 10 years ago or so after it returned back to dirt. It was dirt, then asphalt, then back to dirt.
Wendell Durance, the promoter here at Alltech and the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Again, this will be appearance number 10. And again, you know, Tim McCready's won, Brandon Shepard, Jimmy Owens, Kyle Larson, Jonathan Davenport, but Ricky Thornton Jr. has been the man. He's won 3 out of the last 4 here at Alltech.
I'll tell you who else has been the man. That's the 3rd member of our broadcast team, our good friend Ben Shelton, calling all the action from the infield and the Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit all weekend long. Ben, RTJ, that's the question that every driver I talked to in the pit area was talking about. Can anyone dethrone the 20 RT here tonight?
Well, obviously, that's the very hot topic, and that's the obvious low-hanging fruit to talk about. Also, talk to some drivers, fans, teams in the pit area, and they're talking about Dalton Wilson. He was 3rd here on Thursday night. He was 2nd last night. And then another popular topic, the track surface. Tonight's going to be different, guys, because, yeah, it's another 50-lapper, but before we go 50 laps, the 604 Crate Late models, they're going to go 50 laps. And I think we're going to see a little bit different track than we've seen the past 2 nights. Either way, Ricky Thornton Jr. has been really good in 2 different conditions. We'll see if he's good again here tonight. There's 40-plus Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series competitors. They all want that $15,000 top prize. Guys, we're moments away from Dirt Draft Hot Laps. We're going to step aside. Thanks to marketing partners. We'll be back here to Alltech Raceway as we kick things into gear here tonight. Night number 3 from Alltech. We'll be right back.
For more than 30 years, Lucas Oil Products has been solving some of the most difficult mechanical problems in the automotive, marine, and industrial industries. From our original Core 4 products, heavy-duty oil stabilizer, power steering, stop leak, transmission fix, and fuel treatment, we have now developed over 400 custom products to help solve some of the world's toughest mechanical issues. Go to lucasoil.com to see what we have in store for you. Lucas Oil, it works.
We're the leader in race fuels. We've been doing this since in the 60s.
We use our distillation tower, which is unique. No other race fuel companies do that in the world. We also test every single batch that goes out the door on over 15 different parameters that ensure the tune-up will be identical.
That consistency in the marketplace that makes us a premium brand.
Make the same stuff every time. We're pretty darn close to perfect.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for racing in the dirt. With high horsepower demands, ARP delivers maximum clamping force and performance. When failure on the dirt is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Hey race fans, have you set your Dirt Draft lineup yet? Dirt Draft is the fantasy racing app you can download right on your phone. Pick a team of 5 drivers within your $100,000 salary cap, and the better they do, the better you do. You earn points to spend in the Dirt Draft Speed Shop for all kinds of cool stuff, from t-shirts and hats, race tickets and pit passes, or even a season pass to FloRacing. New subscribers even get a free Dirt Draft t-shirt. Download the Dirt Draft app now from the Apple app or Google Play Store.
For more than 30 years.
The Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series is brought to you by ARP, quality first and made in the USA. By Big River Steel, developing sustainable steel made with the world's most advanced mini mill technologies. And by Lucas Oil, keep that engine alive. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to night 3 of the Veland Winter Nationals here at All-Tech Raceway, just outside Lake City, Florida, with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing. Dustin Jarrett, James Essex here in the booth. Ben Shelton joining us in the infield. And James, it has been and still is an absolutely gorgeous day here today. One of those picture-perfect Florida days that we love to see come time for Speed Weeks.
How about the weather forecast for next week? We'll be running at Ocala Tuesday through Saturday. Fantastic weather for that, and we invite you down for that. Hey, I want to give a shout-out to the great folks at Hellraiser Jacks. They sponsor the halfway mark in the main event, and I know Spencer Hughes led that. You get $100 for that each and every Lucas Oil race, and at the banquet, the driver that's led the most halfways during the feature, $1,000. So thanks to Tim and everybody at Hellraiser Jacks coming on board the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series sponsoring that.
Yeah, absolutely. Great folks there, and we appreciate everything they do. They would be with us all season long here with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. And speaking of all season long, let's take a look at the upcoming series schedule. You mentioned Ocala. The Veland Winter Nationals continues next week. Practice on Monday, and then we are live Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Atomic and Brownstown. After that, their traditional weekend. You got Cody Early.
Yes.
Georgetown, Hagerstown, and Port Royal. Your pit reporter for 2 of those 3 in the house tonight.
He's here 13 hours later. Earl Hoon Jr.
Yes.
He has recovered from the Chili Bowl flu. He's good to go.
B and S, Earl Hoon Jr.
Brett Deo here. And, of course, there's Short Track Super Series coming up here at Ocala. And then we'll be at Indiana Circle City Raceway for the very first time, May the 2nd on a Friday night in the King Family Florence Speedway. The Ralph Latham Memorial, always a special event. $25,000 to win that this year, and in the Illinois Speed Week. Looking forward to that, DJ.
Absolutely. We kick off Illinois Speed Week with FloRacing Night in America Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then Lucas Oil takes over Friday and Saturday at Farmer City and Fairbury. Point standings, they have jumbled once again after last night's racing action. James Devin Moran with a 5-point lead in that Big River Steel chase for the championship presented by ARP over Dalton Wilson. Ricky Thornton Jr. with 2 wins has crept up there to 3rd. Max Blair still running really strong. Right now he's 4th, and the Golden Isles winner Tyler Bruning tied for 5th with Uncle T.
And again, here at Speed Weeks, and if we get everything in next week, the first 2 nights are 7,000 win non-points races, right? Non-championship points races. Right. Then we will have points races on Friday and Saturday. That should give us 7 point races, including tonight, your best 5. Okay, so that's going to change here, obviously, after tonight. But Devin Moran will have the sheet metal spoiler. But how about Dalton Wilson? A 3rd 2 nights ago, 2nd last night. Only one way to go, right?
That's right. 3rd, 2nd, we know what comes next.
He could do it. How about Spencer Hughes last night? Tip of the cap to him and that JCM team. Led the most laps of anyone last night. 28 of them came home with a podium finish here at All-Tech.
You know, the cream always seems to kind of rise to the top, right, in sports naturally, whether it's dirt late model racing or football or whatever else. So Dirt on Dirt and FloRacing's very own Todd Turner put together a graphic that takes a look at last year's top 4, the drivers in the Big River Steel chase for the championship, and their all-time Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series finishes here at Alltech Raceway. Let's take a look at how those 4 drivers have done. Ricky Thornton Jr., 7 starts, 4 wins now. Jonathan Davenport, 9 starts, 1 win. Devin Moran, here's the thing. We talked about this on the drive home last night. 9 starts here at Alltech, no wins, but 7 top 5s. I'm telling you, that is the most consistent team in the country right there, that Double Down Motorsports team. And Tim McCready, all-time at Alltech, 9 starts, a winner here last year. 3 top 5s, but look, every single one of those drivers has led laps here.
And of course, McCready here a year ago tonight dominated in the Taylor Motorsports car, right? He was a clean sweep for that night. But it's interesting, as we pointed out, the top 3 in laps led this year. Dalton Wilson with 35, Devin Moran with 34, Spencer Hughes with 28. None of those have won this year. Thornton's only led 23 laps. He only led 1 lap the other night after Moran's flat. Bruning and Clanton have all led laps. You just don't know what's going to happen in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, but we'll see what happens here tonight. It was hammered down here last night, and we'll see what happens here tonight. Again, the Crown Vics and the 604 late models joining us.
Absolutely. James, don't forget that your favorite races are even better on the big screen. The all-new Flow Sports app. You can select your favorite either sports teams or racetracks or racing series or whatever it is. And you can make all of that content a lot easier to check out every single time you open up that brand new Flow Sports app. Download the Flow Sports TV apps today, available on all major app stores. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next on the agenda is Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Don't go anywhere. They're just wrapping up track prep here. Look at that. Look at that pack truck sliding through turns 1 and 2. I say they're wrapping up track prep here. They're going to pack the track a few more minutes here. Don't go anywhere. It's the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, and it's live here on FloRacing. James, your college sports have got a brand new home, and it's right here at Flow College. That's right. It's finally here, man. More than 12,000 college sporting events, over 100 schools, 12 different college conferences right here on Flow College. Head over to flowcollege.com today to see everything they have to offer. Welcome back here to All-Tech Raceway, night 3 of the Veland Winter Nationals with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. The 604s have made their way to the track. They had hot laps and qualifying last night. They'll run B mains this evening. Crown Vics also on the agenda. And with that, we will hand it over to our good friends Austin Griffiths and Joe Kelly, as we've got 604 late models on the racetrack, guys.
Thank you, Dustin. We're ready to go here tonight. Beautiful weather all day long. We've got some 604s on the racetrack here tonight for the Stevie Whitener Memorial Race, Austin, and they look like an excited bunch back there. We locked in 16 last night. We're going to have 2 last chance qualifiers, 4 cars out of each one here tonight for the 40-lap main event. It's going to be a good one. $5,000 on the line, and got some good competition.
We do, for sure. And the cars you're going to see on track right now, they're not yet locked into the race. So these are going to be your B main cars for hot laps. There you see the 94 on your screen, Holden Allen. And there's some big names out here, Joe, one of which, Nevin Gainey in the 17. He's a local here from just down the road at Fort White. He probably has more laps around All-Tech Raceway than just about anybody else out here.
Yeah, different configurations as well. Asphalt, dirt, oil-based dirt as well. So there's Nevin right there, car number 17 on your screen. He's going to be one to keep an eye on this weekend. Track prep all day long here today. A little rain last night, Austin, as the program came to a close last night. We kind of got everything settled down and tried to work on the track last night, but rain came in late last night. Got some natural water in the racing surface. They've been working on it all day here tonight. I believe we're going to see a lot of fast. We might see some new track records here tonight as well. We broke both track records last night. Garrett Albertson and Pearson Williams for the 604. Some new track records last night. We'll see how tonight plays out. We're watching B-Main Cars Hot Lap here in Ellisville, Florida at the All-Tech Raceway.
Yeah, Tim Swartz on your screen there, driver out of Ormond Beach. He calls Volusia County his home, and track's a little juicy right now. You were talking about all the moisture, the rain along with the track work earlier today, so it's going to take a few minutes, a couple times around the racetrack before we start seeing those speeds pick up. But I tell you what, Joe, when they do pick up, I'm with you. They're going to be really fast out here tonight.
Yeah, there's a 55B of John Basquins out of Clewiston, Florida. There's the 22 Dylan Dunn, the Extreme Decals, car number 22. And looks like he needs some new decals on that car. Time to hit up the sponsor.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nevin Gainey right there. As we look, it looks like he is the fastest.
Yeah, 23. That's Crown Vic time.
Yes.
23.846. So hot laps are underway, and just kind of get the track worked in with this hot lap session. We'll give 2 hot lap sessions here. We'll maybe get 3 depending on the amount of cars that show up down here. And then we'll go to the Dirt Draft Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series hot lap session coming up next, folks. And nice crowd on hand already, Austin. If you're in the grandstands here tonight, make sure you visit Vendor Row and don't leave here without a t-shirt. All-Tech Raceway also has some hats down here right at the end of the concession stand. We've also got cups. We've got some new All-Tech Raceway cups down there as well. So stop by, grab a couple t-shirts, a cup, a hat, and just have a grand old time here at the Winter Nationals event. Final day here for the Lucas Oil Dirt Late Model Series. Coming up here next week, the Short Track Super Series, the Northeastern Dirt Modifieds, along with Crown Vics next Friday and Saturday. That's always fun to watch here. And of course, you'll get to see it at home on Flow as well.
Absolutely, and there you see David Whitener on your screen, car number 8. Hasn't been behind the wheel in quite some time, but back here with us tonight at All-Tech Raceway, and he's got to work his way through the B main, but he's certainly capable of doing that. There you see car number 27 now and that's going to be Derek Shaw. Derek making the trip all the way down from West Virginia, so we're glad to have Derek with us here this weekend. In fact, West Virginia looked like represented pretty well here in the 604 class this weekend. Moving things on back to the P4, that is John Price out of Mill Springs, North Carolina. As our next group of hot laps underway here for your Jet Concrete Works 604 late models. First race of the 2025 season for them. Kicking things off here with the second annual Stevie Whitener Memorial. They're going to be going 40 laps later on tonight. As Joe mentioned earlier, we're going to have two 10-lap B mains for the 604 late models. The top 4 of each will go to the back of the 40-lap feature. Now it'll give us 24 cars for the Steve Whitener Memorial. So right now, David Whitener jumps to the top of the board, 22.232. We're still a couple seconds off of the speeds we saw last night, but a lot of moisture in the track, still waiting for it to come in. And when it does, these cars are going to be pretty quick around the half mile here in Lake City. Derek Shaw back on your screen there. He's currently second on the pylon. As the white flag is out for this group of hot laps. There you see the other number 8 car right in front of David Whitener. That is going to be the 8 of Matthew Larson out of Lake Elmo, Minnesota. And Larson down here, his dad running on the World of Outlaw Sprints Tour, Brent Larson. And Matthew decided to bring his crate late model down here to Florida, have some fun while the sprint cars are off. So it looks like that's going to wrap things up here for the 604 late model hot laps. Looks like we had a couple cars that didn't go out there who were lined up to. It looks like that is going to do it. We have super late models in staging now. They're going to get ready for their hot lap session. And we're going to turn things back over to Dustin Jarrett and James Essex for the super late models.
Austin, thanks so much, man. There you see the super late models in the staging lane right now. And with those drivers making their way out for Dirt Draft hot laps, James, have you thought any more about your Dirt Draft, your all-Florida Dirt Draft team?
You had to go there, didn't you? Again, no.
You haven't thought about it? It's okay.
No, but you can get a USAC shirt, right? USAC shirt.
I mean,
Dirt Draft shirt.
Where's the Ivan at Lloyd love at, James?
Ivan, we'll see him next week, I believe. Right?
We
He
will.
won in a street stock there, or a pro stock. Like,
Yeah.
You know, where's
Rich Pratt.
Where's Rich
Pratt's
Pratt?
gotta
Not
be
in
on.
America will not be returning this year to.
Hey, lots of great stuff. We've talked about the leagues, but don't forget, sign up. And I love this graphic right here. It tells you step by step what to do. Sign up, get a free T-shirt. Join a contest, right? So it's only $6. That's $5.99 a month. Sign up, join a contest, draft your team. They'll ship you a free T-shirt. It's that simple. You can play race by race. You can do multiple series all season long. We play. It's a lot of fun, and none of us are any good, except me at the World 100 last year.
Congratulations again on that. That was totally awesome. By the way, we've had 3 Dirt Draft hot laps for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series this year.
Yeah.
3 different drivers. Brian Shirley at Golden Isles, Jonathan Davenport here at All Tech the first night, and then Drake Troutman last night. So, and again, we give a cash award at the end of the year. How about, I'm not going to say it. In the Napa number 76, it'll be Brandon Overton. In the Riggs Motorsports car, Anthony Burrows turning the wrenches on that car, the Garto Southern entry. On the 76 car, Brandon Overton comes into tonight 9th in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series Championship points. Here's a driver that made the show last night. He was last year's Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series Rookie of the Year, the Triple Crown entry. That'll be Jackson Heiss. Jackson Heiss, Jason Fitzgerald turning the wrenches on that car. That is out of Ocala, Florida in the 388. That is a Longhorn. Also on the track, the 59, the Brandon Cato entry. That'll be the Trey Mills, the youngster out of St. Augustine, Florida, and the Brandon Cato Motorsports Longhorn Twins Farm Mills Concrete entry, and Colton Blair, the crew chief on the 59.
Not Robbie. Not Robbie, not Max.
Nope.
Not Hazer McLean or Brandy. There's Tyler Erb out of New Waverly, Texas, and that Best Performance Motorsports, Langenfelder Mechanical Contractors, Bulk Material if Roberts Beat Company. Number 1, the 2024 Dirt Car Summer Nationals champion, former Gateway Dirt Nationals champion as well, is Tyler. Man, what a great end of the year he had last year.
Uncle T right now.
By the way.
And you know how Uncle T's going to be. We're going to leave Florida Speedway. He's going to be up in the points. You know, you probably know what he's going to do. But we go to Atomic in Brownstown, then after that, right in his neck of the woods.
He'll run those. He'll probably run those.
See what happens and go from there then. There we go.
Absolutely. Clay Harris, did you mention him? On the racetrack, James, second in last year's O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year standings, and that Wilkerson Farms Impact Electrical Services, Done Right Construction rocket chassis. There's Devin Moran sporting the, well, he doesn't have a Midwest sheet metal orange spoiler on there. I think they'll wait, right? They're going to wait to give that to him. Yeah, absolutely.
But he is the points leader. He does get $100 just for that, for doing that, all right?
Yes, he is.
He had to split that last night, right? No.
I three ways. The Roger Sellers Double Down Motorsports Lacey Days RV Big River Steel 99. Did you get Garrett Alberson?
Did not get Garrett Alberson. The brand new. I loved how you did that track record, a new track record.
New track record.
Garrett Alberson.
And my goodness, 16.4.
Yes.
Last night. Wow, there's the 22-star Drake Troutman. Man, if he could just shake the bad luck that he's had. I mean, he's fast. That team is fast, and they've just run into bad luck. He's the defending O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year. You did mention.
I did mention him.
Brandon Overton.
Brandon Overton.
Did you mention Big Sexy? Not, it was someone thought that we were calling him big and sexy. That is in fact incorrect.
Apparently his wife does. I mean, we get away from that. But if Drake Troutman, turn two has just been a bugaboo for Drake Troutman the last
transition,
right?
Yeah, it has. And turn two has been a bugaboo for a lot of drivers here.
Brandon Shepard
this weekend.
Well, actually, Troutman got in the wall and Brandon followed him. Brandon got upside down, thankfully okay. Pulls out another car, goes from 27th to 7th, and gets the Hoker Trucking Hard Charger one night ago up 20 spots for Brandon Shepard. Right now, it's Brandon Overton. And they're like about 4 seconds off the track record from last night, right? 20.219.
To that point, they've given these guys an extended hot lap session out here. I mean, you can see, again, track a little more juice in it tonight. We saw this track with juice last night, and the really cool thing was that it held up the entire night. Didn't need a track rework, number one. Number two, the feature was really good for a while, and then RT got out front and decided to bring the whooping stick out on. But it was really good from second on back. I mean, I think it was, like, what, 0.6 of a second at the line that Dalton Wilson nipped Spencer Hughes there at the line.
Yeah, great run there at the
Devin
end.
was right there, yeah.
Right, but how about Spencer Hughes? It looked like he was going to get his first career win in the Lucas Oil Series. If that thing could have stayed green, he might have went a little softer on tires, and at the end he finished in third, but still a great run for him in that JCM Motorsports team. Right now, Trey Mills at 19.771 here in Dirt Draft Hot Labs.
It's just a Kenny Canada sighting there on the screen.
He's driving the Brandon Ford Pace truck through Speed Weeks here. And, of course, he's the tech director for High Limit.
Yeah.
And I said, what do you have to tech on them? He said, the wicker bill and, that's about it. I said, we have a wicker bill on the Pace truck, right? Put a wicker bill on that thing.
Have you ever had your wicker bill checked?
No, no, I have not.
Becca Malone, a 13-year-old on the racetrack out of Rock Hill, South Carolina.
Somewhere there's a guy named Bill Wicker somewhere watching, right?
I hope so. The Mid-Atlantic Roofing Supplies, Mahinda Trackers, WP Racing, shock sponsor number 23. He's out of Rock Hill, South Carolina. Behind him in the 24D, that's downtown Michael Brown out of Lancaster, South Carolina. The Black Crest Farm, WP Racing Shocks, John Page Racing, Mike McLeod Racing, sponsored number 24D.
Yes, Piggly Wiggly. Did you get Piggly Wiggly on the front
I did not
there?
get Piggly Wiggly, no.
We're in the area of Piggly Wigglies and Winn-Dixies, right?
Yes, and Publix.
Publix, yes. We've got one down from the hotel. There's Daniel Hilsebeck. He's in the Hilsebeck Farms Banning Chiropractic Capital. Made the show here last night.
Had a good run going for a while last night,
right?
too.
Very good.
Who else? Max Blair, Brandy's husband.
He was running right up in there. He had a shot to take the points lead last night. He was only 10 behind the top three last night, but he's still fourth right now, only 45 out of first.
Yeah, I talked to Mac down in the pits a little bit ago. He got caught up in that incident down there when Jonathan Davenport got up on the wall down there in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, he was second here the other
there's
night.
Brendan Smith and that Total Claim Source. Big Daddy's Cattle Skipper Smokehouse Rocket, number 17 SS.
Plum Crazy Plumbing.
Yes.
Would you call Crazy Plumbing to do your plumbing?
If I
sure,
had
why
plumbing
not?
needs, I would call Plum
Support
Crazy
those
because
that
I
support
support those that
racing.
support racing. Absolutely. Ben
Right.
Cerf Jr. in the Capital Race car, the McBride Mac Vomac truck sales sponsor number 28 for the 2022 World of Outlaws Series champion out of Carpentersville, Illinois.
19.912 right now by the aforementioned Dennis Jr. There's Ethan Dotson. He about ended up in Ocala last night, didn't he, man? A scary ride for him. And he was running, what, 6th last night in that RC Whitwell Crew Chief 74D, but the X74X, they've got it repaired back out here tonight. Whoa, and Beckham Malone, speaking of get up on the wall, that's the first time we've seen somebody get up on the wall in 3 for the 13-year-old, and he looks like he's got a tire down as well.
Yeah, he got into the wall hard down there in turns 3 and 4, so that'll draw a Dave Warren Power Sports caution, or a Coltman Farms Racing caution. We're going to look at the Dave Warren Power Sports replay.
Yeah, hard contact there. So hopefully just, kind of take a look at that one for the 13-year-old. Young up-and-coming driver. I talked to his dad last year, Jeff Malone, said send us a schedule, see what happens, and he's going to run some Lucas Oil races coming up in the future, but 13 years old. Kenny Kennedy's got wicker bills older than Beckham Malone, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Jeff or Joey?
It's Jeff Malone.
Okay, Jeff Malone, okay.
Not the former NBA player, not Karl Malone. Not Post Malone.
I went to Malone University, not Post Malone.
No Post Malone either. All right, so Ethan Dotson right now as we sent those cars off to the infield. So that was the second group of Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Yes, DJ.
Yeah, they're going to give these guys 2 hot lap sessions, which Wally had told me, at least in these first couple groups here. So,
and then we're not under a weather threat like, but there was some sprinkles afterwards last night. But
and it was. I mean, they were calling for rain last night. It was up to 90%. Right. Earlier, as quickly recently as just a couple hours before it was supposed to hit last night, about an hour before it was supposed to hit. I mean, it was up to like 88%, and it shifted ever so slightly north, and it missed it here a little bit, but not what they were expecting. And but we got the show in.
We did great, and everybody did awesome. And I looked at the long-term forecast, as we mentioned, through Ocala. Like the highest percentage of rain was like 9%. But of course, we've been to Batesville, Arkansas, when there's like a 4% chance, and we had a frog strangler, as we'd say down there, 2.5 inches of rain probably.
Never know what's going to happen at Batesville. Hey, look at the yellow light flashing there in that 93 of Corey Lawler's car. Ben Shelton, I know that you talked about that earlier on in the week, and then you mentioned it again last night, but the light sievers being used here in these race cars and on some of the safety four-wheelers, maybe even in the safety truck here this weekend. And all season long with Lucas.
Yeah, and it's a new innovation from Joe Vincent and the guys at Raceiver, Lightseaver. They've been developing it over the past few years. Last night, they actually had a new patch come out on it. They continue to develop this technology, but basically, these competitors have the yellow lights inside of the cars as well as green lights. And as soon as West Hold goes yellow in the race management with Ashley Schwally in the tower, those yellow lights come on in the cockpit, letting the drivers know it's time to whoa up. Also, it's tied into the lights on the Gators, the support vehicles down here, the Pace truck, and the safety truck, and eventually it's going to tie into the track's yellow lights as well. So it's instantaneously, when they call caution, when the race director calls caution and they go yellow in the West Hold race manager, everybody around the speedway is going to know the yellow's out. And again, it's continued technological improvements in the name of safety.
Yeah, and I wondered also it's going to measure G-forces. I'd be curious to see on Beckham Malone's car. He hit that wall pretty hard down there. What kind of G-force that exerted down there, Ben?
Yeah, and some of these guys might find out it's a lot more than they want to know they experience. But yeah, it is. It's a way to, and it's going to help some of these safety workers along the way. If somebody has an impact, then maybe it doesn't look like the hardest impact. And unfortunately, in our sport, a lot of times the wrecks that just don't look that bad, that's the ones where a driver might get concussion or have other issues. It's just another part of steps and technology and ways that we're going to be able to evaluate and hopefully not only prevent issues, but also after they happen, diagnose what happened, what went wrong, and prevent it from happening again.
Yeah, great job, Ben. Thank you very much. As the third group of Dirt Draft Hot Laps on the track. There's the 3S car. We talked about what happened to him in Needmore leading the heat race and all the issues there. And that's a learning experience for all of us, right? All the series. I know Rick Schwally and Steve Francis and the Hunt the Front folks are all, we're all looking at everything. don't want to overreact to a lot of things, but just try to, take it seriously and how we can prevent this in the future and how the tracks can be safer as such as with their fire equipment and such. There's the 79 car. That'll be Kyle Bryant. He is out of Navarre, Florida. We mentioned Brian Shirley in the cheap cars, Bob Cullen Racing entry, Chatham, Illinois. For Brian Shirley, the 157, the Goldhorn, the Quick Supply Company, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Bruning Rock Products entry for the Winfield Warrior, Mike Marlar.
Other drivers on the track, O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year candidate Dan Ebert in that Durham-powered rocket chassis for Collins Brothers Towing, MTH and AmSoil. He was 5th in last year's USMTS point standings. He'll be the next driver you see. Nope, he won't be the next driver you see on your screen. Kyle Bryant, as James mentioned there in the 79 Ebert, now going into turn number 3 in the 60 car. Other drivers on the track. There's Dan Ebert in the 60, that Collins Brothers Towing Fox Shocks entry. A few other drivers on the track. James Corey Lawler out of Hanover, Pennsylvania in the number 93, the PPC Lubricants Sunoco Race Fuel sponsored car. The 40B of Kyle Bronson out of Brandon, Florida, the 33-year-old, the Atomic Music Group Race Car Engineering sponsored entry. And Kyle Bryant has slowed to a stop underneath the Automotive Racing Products billboard over in turns 3 and 4.
Guys,
Brian
it feels like
Shirley.
turn 3 and 4 said turns 1 and 2 hold my beer. You guys have had all the attention the past few nights, and now we've had back-to-back Coleman Farms Racing cautions up in turns 3 and 4.
Brian Shirley right now, 18004 here in the third group of hot laps in that Bob Cullen 3S. Tim McCready, Corey Lawler, Dan Ebert, Kyle Bronson, Kyle Bryant, Mike Marlar. So we'll keep those cars out there to give them a few more laps. So Kyle Bryant, hopefully nothing major there as he's going to get a push back to the pit area.
And again, going to hot lap these first few groups a second time as well. Track still just a little greasy out there, which is fine, man. I mean, again, we saw how well it held up last night. Man, a lot of drivers last night talking about kind of an old school East Bay feel with the mud up on the wall and everything. Obviously, a very, very different size and shape racetrack.
The right side, you couldn't see the right side of the cars.
Yeah.
The only one that was clean was Spencer Hughes because he's out in front, right?
Yes.
And I talked to some drivers about, well, some of them ran out of tear-offs, getting low, all this, about overheating. It's the oil temperature is one thing they were worried about, the way these oil coolers are on these cars and all that. But, yeah, I mean, they had the front end mud caked everywhere. So, they made it through all right.
Yeah. 50 laps.
Ricky Thorne had no problem, did he?
50. No, he didn't. 50 laps again tonight. $15,000 will go to the winner, and this third wave of Dirt Draft hot laps is underway. I set my Dirt Draft starter lineup, by the way. I like
and you can always change it, right?
Yeah, you got clear up until the first heat race to change your lineup. So I set my starter lineup. I have not had a good start to speed weeks.
Well, you had the other night. You had Donald McIntosh. He was good on Thursday night.
Yeah.
Right? Spencer Hughes last night.
Yes.
Did you have either one of them?
Yeah, I had Spence last night. Yeah, listen, Jay, I tell you what, man, we just had been a real good start to speed weeks here for me. Just ready to get at it.
All working hard, and it's going to turn around.
Looking to turn around. We're going to do what we can tonight, and just be happy to get over to Cal. I think it's a lot better racetrack for me. How was that? Is that good?
I like Golden
I didn't thank my sponsor.
This is good.
I should have thanked my sponsor. How about Corey Lawler? Remember, he was good in that B main last night, kind of quietly creeping up through there. He is going to be the quickest driver in this set of Dirt Draft hot laps. There you
go, the fastest
Corey. So
far, 17.892 for Poncho's son. He still got his yellow light flashing.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
What kind of dog do we have here?
Is that a dog?
It's a dog.
It's not like the guy with the monkey on his shoulder. That is that's a pooch up there.
Who is that, Tommy Greco? No, that's not Tommy Greco, is it? He's wearing an old Lucas Oil hat. Look at this, the Winter Circle hat.
Huh.
Can we can he have him turn and have us take a look at the dog?
I don't think he can hear us right there where he is, yeah.
The dog.
It'd be great if the dog turned around, but the guy didn't. I was like, I got you, bro.
As we mentioned, these first few groups of Dirt Draft hot laps going to make their way back out for a second session. They got the track worked in here just a little bit as you see them making their way out. I'm going to send actually both the first two groups out. They're going to kind of roll the racetrack in here just a little bit. First group will stay out. Second group will make their way back to the infield.
Look, she's going to give a shout out to your dog.
I did too. I didn't know where he was going with it. I will give a shout out to Chris Davis. Of course, he sponsors the Midwest Sheet Metal Spoiler. That last night there were 3 different guys that laid claim to it. Tonight it's just Devin Moran. And Chris didn't get out to a lot of races that are outside the Ozarks because he works 28 hours a day. Tuned in watching us. And Chris is one of those guys that he makes money when sheet metal gets wrinkled. And even he hated to see something that get wrinkled last night. But a lot of great marketing partners, guys. And that's probably my favorite part throughout the year as we go to different places. We get to see a lot of these marketing partners that don't get to go to as many races as we do.
And he always texts us right after every race or during a race, as a matter of fact, right? Does Chris have a dog? Do we know that? Chris, can you tell us?
I would feel like he's got to have, as much as he hunts, he's got to have dogs.
You think so? Hey, I got to meet Ozzy, the dog in the pit area.
It was not an Australian Shepherd. He was, in fact, a husky.
Aussie or Ozzy?
No, Ozzy. Like Osborne.
Like Ozzy Allman.
Yes. Ozzy. Ozzy the Husky.
Whose dog was that?
Just some people from Michigan that were down here watching the races.
Jeep Van Warmer?
It was not Jeep.
It was not Jeep and Angie.
Hey, and we talked about it on the drive home the other night, and I know the family's been tuning in and out. Definitely want to send thoughts and prayers out to Ronnie and Terry Stuckey and Jarrett and Clay and the gang for what they're going through. We're definitely thinking about them, and one big family. And Ronnie Stuckey, you talk about fixtures of the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Ronnie's just, he has dedicated so much of his life. Before that, UDTRA, Havatampa, and Jarrett, man, we're all pulling for you, buddy, and we know everything's going to work out. We're rooting for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
well
no
said
doubt about it.
Well said. So again, this is Group 1 of Dirt Draft Hot Laps. There you see that Brandon Caddo owned 59 of Trey Mills. There's the G.R. Smith owned 22 Star of Drake Troutman behind him. Behind him will be the Greg Bruning owned 157 of Mike Marlar.
Just making sure we got optimal track conditions here for qualifying and for tonight. Very good ideas. The sun has gone a ride. Still there about 70 degrees or so. I talked to Mikey. Mikey had a good run going, had a flat tire last night. And then Ethan Dotson, he was running 6th in that main event, got up on that wall over there in turn 2.
I'll tell you what, Ethan Dotson's had some speed this year, man, to start the year. He's looked pretty darn good in that 74X.
First time I saw him was in a modified at Florence. Remember that to the north-south a couple of years ago.
He was in the
I think he won that.
Yeah, he was in the Longhorn house car, right? The Lowenbro
right.
00.
The Lowenbro 00, yes, exactly. Dan Ebert, how about that from, what is he, USMTS modifieds? Does he run with Soda? I don't know if he's...
Yeah, he's run some with Soda.
He's a Soda 100 champion.
Snowmobile. Right, snowmobiles.
Yeah, has run some UMP dirt car modifieds back. I mentioned that last night, back when he was over in my region there, working for Jackie Boggs back, I don't know, that's probably been 10 years ago or so.
Anytime
now.
you get a Jackie Boggs reference in, we all like
that's
that.
That's right, that's exactly.
I wonder if Uncle T's driven a snowmobile. I assume he has. He's probably driven a lot of things. In Texas, I don't think he's driven a snowmobile in Texas, but...
Well, a couple weeks ago, you could have had one there.
Yes.
You absolutely could have had one there. The Moran, we know Devin Moran will run anything. They got the that little Moran family go-kart track there. They have the Slider Nationals every year, right there, just outside the shop. Kind of.
Is Donnie here? Have you seen him?
He was supposed. I talked to Devin in the pits the other day, and Big D was flying down, so he should be here. Yes, he was flying down the other day, and I believe that he is here.
We'll be there July 4th weekend, Muskingum County Speedway. Always a packed house. Great fireworks display. There's Clay Harris. Good run for Clay last night. 10th in the main event with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Got him a new crew chief here in 2025. And that is Wes Burton. Wes Burton is the crew chief on that car now as Brian Green has gone over to the 17 SS of Brendan Smith. Rob Penrod, by the way, we haven't given him a shout out tonight.
No, and to dispel the rumors, Rob Penrod is not going to be the flagman for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series the entire season. He's still working at Eldora. He said, man, my phone's been blowing up. Everyone asking if I left Eldora. Jackson Heiss off the pace in the 388 as he smacked the wall down in turns 1 and 2. And that will draw a Coltland Farms caution once again here on Dirt Draft Hot Laps.
He and Rick Monroe, they do such a great job there. You and I have been around there a long time, and fantastic job by Rob and Rick. I know Rick's watching as well, so did he have to call Levi and get permission?
He might have. He might have.
Levi Jones doing a great job at Eldora, right, as the general manager.
Yes, he
took
is.
over that in September, and good working with him, and we'll see him you and I at the Dream in the World, and then, of course, the Dirt Track World Championship, Carl Schwartz Dirt Track World Championship there at the end of October.
Tony will be there, hopefully. Maybe we'll have
Dominic James.
DJ with him, yeah.
Oh, such great memories there. All right, 17.602. We're getting a little quicker there. Still about a second off of the track record that Garrett Alberson set last night. We mentioned it. You mentioned that last year at Eagle and Shelby. He did do that. Back to back
track records.
Track records. We witnessed that. Looking forward to getting back to those tracks here in 2025. So Jackson Heiss, contact with the wall in 2. So hopefully he'll get that car fixed. Jackson made the show last night. Had a good run. The Ocala, Florida driver in his second full year in an open late model. Looks like he is going to go on the hook.
Ben will be pit reporting Eagle for us. That'll be one of the races taped for MAV TV. A 3-day show this year. Ben, you got to remind me, have you been to Eagle before or no?
Yeah, back in the day when I was the announcer for the American Sprint Car Series, we'd go there. Tony Bruce Jr. would do a couple of double headers there with the ASCS around June, July. And haven't been there since probably like 2012 or so. So I'm excited to get back there. And guys, May is going to be fun. We've got Illinois Speed Week between FloRacing Night in America and the Lucas Oil Series. And then the next week we head to Eagle. And then the next week we got the Show Me 100. So the middle of May, jam-packed with great dirt late model racing. And it's all going to be here on FloRacing if you can't make it out to the racetrack.
DJ, now that's when I did the open booth last year at Eagle, right?
At Eagle, yeah.
And it was it 100? It was 100 degrees, literally.
It was like 112.
That was the heat index, was about 110, 112 out there.
It's funny, we were talking about that on the way here. I told Ben, I said, I am not ashamed to admit I wore shorts pit reporting on the broadcast.
I mean, it could be 112 in the summer, negative 112 in the winter. They get it all there in Nebraska.
Well, that was in July, right? Mid-July, and then we're going in mid-May. Yeah. So we'll get right back here to action here in Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Drake Troutman there in the 22 car. So far the quickest overall in Dirt Draft Hot Lap, 17.602. See if he can better that. As he comes out of turn number 4.
Is everybody picking up on the transponders?
Not really, no.
In this group, yeah.
Look at this, 16.764 by Tyler Erb.
Could the track record fall again tonight? 2 nights in a row? What if Garrett Alberson lowers his own track record?
He could do that. Devin Moran looking for his first win here at All-Tech.
But so consistent, right?
That hard break on Thursday, yeah, the tire going down
graphic,
2 laps to go. I was shocked that he made it all the way to the end because it was flat 2 laps from the end, and he made it, finished in 4th. But Blair and Wilson and then Thornton got around him. Tyler, 16.764. How about 16.795 for Brandon Overton in that Napa 76? Troutman, 16.872 in 22 star.
So again, that was group number with the first group getting their second Dirt Draft Hot Lap session. We'll send them in now. And group 2, get one more crack at it, I do believe. As will group 3. I think a couple drivers elected to head back to the pit area. Ethan Dotson in the 74X. That's him there on your screen, the ASD Motorsports entry. Who else? We got the 22, the Banning Chiropractic 22. Verlamai was Daniel Hilsebeck behind him. We got the 24D, Michael Brown, the Lancaster, South Carolina native. He won a crate race, not Daniel Hilsebeck, who's there on your screen, but Michael Brown, who we will show you next. Michael Brown won a crate race here at All-Tech last fall, also our last winter.
Don't forget we got Mr. Beatenbaugh coming up here.
Yes, we do. Adam Beatenbaugh.
From right here in Lake City. First time Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, a Rocket Pro Power. And would you say he's won at Waycross? Or you've got all the stats on him. You're right on it.
He got a Southern Clash win at Waycross a couple years ago. He runs real good at Waycross. He had a second.
It's actually Adam Beatenbaugh, right? It's Adam
Beatenbaugh.
Gregory is his alias.
That's his stage name. That's his stage name.
Because we're looking it up on My Race Pass, and we can't find him, and then we go under Adam Beatenbaugh.
That's what he goes by. There's Max Blair, former Rookie of the Year with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series in the 1-1-1.
Yeah, Robbie Blair's dad, a third-generation driver, Max Blair, Kayla McManus on the crew. And they've been really good since the end of last year, quite honestly. I mean, they had a lot of good runs then, and this year there's Dennis Erb Jr. in the Capital 28 Heather Line, veteran crew chief, turning the wrenches on that car, the Vomac truck sales. There's the total claim source, 17 SS. So Brandon Smith, Max Blair, 17,277 so far in this group.
I think we lost maybe a driver. Well, of course, Becca Malone cracked the wall. I think we may have lost one more in this group. Someone may have elected to head back to the pit area. How about Brendan Smith?
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah, so we saw Corey Lawler quickest in his Dirt Draft Hot Lap group earlier, and now Brendan Smith. They're in the Big Daddy's Cattle Guardian Hurricane Protection total claim source 17 SS, the fastest. Good deal.
You and I talked to Corey and Brandon quite a bit, and it's like, I mean, you go up and down the road last year, you get your head beat in, right? I mean, you know, these guys are the best of the best in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. And the same thing we went through with Colton Flinner. And look how much better Colton Flinner's been over the last 3 or 4 years after running Lucas Oil. He can go anywhere and run, whether it's Pittsburgh, Lernerville, Port Royal, Marion Center, wherever.
Port Royal Track Championship.
Right. So, hey, these guys are learning. They're getting better. They're still very young, and they got a lot of talent. There's Brian Shirley back out, the Thomason Express, Bob Cullen Racing 3S. Longhorn out of Chatham, Illinois. Still looking for that first Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series victory. He was second in Knoxville. Man, what a great run he had. Remember, he was actually leading, right? And we had the red flag, right, for rain.
Yes, I know, for rain,
and he was out of fuel.
Yeah.
But he was able to keep his spot and so on. Right?
Yeah, I thought he had it, man. I really did.
Which was the right call. I mean,
absolutely. There's his good friend, Brian Shirley's good friend, Kyle Bronson. Yeah, Kyle Bronson in the 40B.
I asked him what happened last night. He said, yeah, I just got down there in that tire and got a new front end on that and ready to go. There's Mike Marlar. Again, he was running a good run at, 5th or 6th last night, had a flat tire. Man, if there's bad luck, a black cloud still.
Man.
And he ended so strong last year, winning the Jackson 100 at Brownstown, and going to do a pick and choose schedule from here on out. Was unable to make it to the first race at Golden Isles a few weeks ago. So you'll see Marlar a lot around the Midwest and various tracks, Brownstown, Florence, whatever. Brian Shirley got into the wall in the 3S.
Yeah, he sure did. He made a lot of contact there with the right rear. Hey, remember he had damage last night as well, James. He had the entire, pretty much the entire left side ripped off the race car. Had the whole door ripped off and everything else. Shirley going to make his way back to the pit area. And this third session of Dirt Draft Hot Laps will get back underway. It's T-Mac Tim McCready behind the wheel of that Briggs Racing rocket chassis, the 2-time series champion in the XS Storage Dave Warren Power Sports Fox Shocks Valvoline number 9.
Trans 50, hey, shout out to Steve Briggs. I know I think he's still doing the cancer treatment, so I thoughts and prayers, Steve, and hanging in there, and I hope you're watching tonight. Kyle Bronson in the 40B out of Brandon, Florida. Of course, a lot of wins here. He and Whiten are about the 2 best here, either crate or super in the past, but they've run a lot of crate racing here. There's Dan Ebert out of Minnesota running for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year chase. Mikey Marlar, 17,101 right now, the quickest in this group.
Powell Memorial that they've had here for many years just, brings out the best of the best, not just in crate racing, but you see a lot of super late model ringers run that deal as well. There's been times they've had upwards of 70, 80 cars for that race as well. Really, really cool event they have here at All Tech, as the checker flag is going to fly here on Dirt Draft Hot Lap session number 3.
How about 60?
How about that? Dan Ebert going to be the quickest. Look at that, 0.3 of a second separating the 5 drivers out there that elected to stay out and get a second wave of Dirt Draft Hot Laps, and Dan Ebert with a 1.7065.
5th in last year's USMTS Modified. Shout out to Todd. Janet Staley. Look at what Gustin's a 2-time USMTS Modified champion. Yep. Of course, Jason Hughes, he's a former Lucas Oil Rookie of the Year.
Yep.
And just the Rodney Sanders and all of that, just a great series that Todd has had for several years. Miss working with him at I-80.
Oh, absolutely.
We miss I-80 altogether, but Always miss seeing Todd and Janet out there as well.
For sure. Johnny Scott, a former series
Scott,
champion, and Stormy Scott's a former USMTS Rookie of the Year. So absolutely, man.
Where'd the dog go?
It's been replaced with some of Hudson and Neal's crew members there. Now you see me, now you don't.
All right, next group coming out in Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Mr. Beatenball.
Yeah.
That is a Rocket Pro Power, and I
Yes, it is.
don't know how long he's had an open motor, but I believe he had a crate in there before. I know it's got H&R on the front of that car, but that's his crate motor.
It is.
But he's got a Pro Power from Bill and Josie Sleeper under the hood of that car. Nice looking car.
It is a good looking car. I talked to Adam Beatenball down there, and we'll get to him in a second. But Carson Brown on the racetrack right now out of New London, North Carolina. Then Vic Hill powered Longhorn, the CBJ Brand Connect, EBB Logistics Pay Cafe sponsored number 28 for Carson Brown. Waiting to see who they throw up there next. The 49. We know who that is, James. Superman, Jonathan Davenport out of Blairsville, Georgia. 14 wins a year ago for the former FloRacing Night in America champ, the 3-time Lucas Oil champ in that Lance Landers Double L Motorsports, New Terrain Ag Solutions, Stein & Grove Seed, ASC Warranty, Mark Martin Automotive, number 49.
7th in the points, but not a night to remember last night, was it, for Jonathan Davenport? Tonight's a new night. There's the 71 car. 4th here last night, the Big River Steel Wheeler Medals. Merrill Bonning of Hudson O'Neill, the 2023 champion, out of Martinsville, Indiana. Looking for his first win here at East Bay. Oh, man.
James.
It's sad. There's Mark Widener there in the 5 car, the Magic Man. In the Jet Concrete Works entry, there's Mr. Biedendorf.
Yeah, the Lake City Florida driver.
Sorry.
Adam Beatenbaugh, our only new entrant tonight, a Pro Power rocket, as James mentioned, the Capital Metal Supply, Plum Level Construction, BGR Speed Shop, CDT, Integra Shock sponsored, number 26. It's a good-looking race car.
So we've got Plum Level Construction and Plum Crazy Plumbing.
Unrelated.
There's
Spencer Hughes.
Hey, hats off to him last night.
Led 28 laps here, led the first 28 laps here last night, ended up on the Big River Steel podium, did the driver out of Causeyville, Mississippi, in that JCM Motorsports, Yellowhammer Design and Construction, Clyburn Tank Lines, Lone Star, Super Gas sponsored number 19M of Spencer Hughes. Last night's winner, actually the winner here of the last 2 nights, and defending series champion Ricky Thornton Jr. in the Ultimate Towing and Recovery, Elite Ready Mix, Capital Waste Certified Inspection Service, Coltman Farms, Oker Trucking sponsored 20RT, Ricky Thornton Jr., the 33-year-old out of Chandler, Arizona. There's the 93, the Paylor Motorsports entry. It's the 24-year-old out of Lincolnton, North Carolina, and that is Carson Ferguson. And that Paylor Motorsports, Hoopaw Grading Company, Coltman Farms, Spark Oil Company, Boone HVAC, Buddy's Wrecker Service, number 93. Tyler Millwood on there, James, the 2017 Ultimate Series champion out of Kingston, Georgia. That's a Durham-powered rocket chassis for the Machine Construction Company. Millwood Plumbing, Gray's Motor Service, Competition Racing Equipment, Tarpon Solutions sponsor, number 31.
Remember that great run he had at East Bay a few years ago, right? On
the high side, yeah.
By the way, we're going to have a little bit of a change. After we're done hot lapping, we will go to Crown Vic hot laps qualifying, and then we'll come back with our all-star performance time trial.
Okay.
Just want to let you know that.
There you go.
Alachua, Florida, right? Mr. Johnson on the track in the 109 car. That is Nicholas Johnson. That's a kryptonite.
Yes, it is.
Got it from Freddie.
Shout out.
Is
Freddie.
it a Vision? I assume it's a Vision.
Freddie and Tyler. I had lunch in Alachua today.
It's that's where we're staying at. There's the 09 car up from the modified ranks. Low and Bro entry. That is Michael Leach. Michael Leach out of Sun City, Montana. The Dust Pods.
Yes.
About called you the Dust Buster. They used to call you that,
They used
right?
to call me that, yeah. Thank goodness that nickname died out. There's Dalton Wilson. He's been, he was 3rd here on Thursday. He was 2nd here last night, and he is looking to do 1 spot better here this evening. Currently 2nd in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series point standings in that Clemens-powered Longhorn for James, Jennifer, and Justin Ratliff, the MGL Auto Sales, JR Motor Sales, the Auto Group, Keltner Contracting, ICS-sponsored car. There was a guy that led some laps here on Monday, or at
5 of them.
again, yeah, Thursday night. Shane Clanton is, that next group's going to pull into the infield. Shane Clanton in that one of the Capitol House cars there for Austin Smith. Jimmy Owens on the racetrack, James, 4-time series champion out of Newport, Tennessee, in that Vic Hill-powered race car, the Reese Monument Boom Test Well Service, Ultimate Towing and Recovery, Elite Ready Mix sponsored, number 20.
And he had a good run going again last night. What was he, 5th or 6th? Got into that pesky wall coming out of 2.
That pesky wall.
And right now, 12th in the points, but he showed speed all year long. The Hoker Trucking Hard Charger, the opening night at Golden Isles.
That pesky wall.
That pesky wall. By the way, welcome Pro Fabrication Headers. They sponsored the fastest lap of the race in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series in the main event. That last night went to Spencer Hughes. Spencer Hughes was that driver.
Oh, okay.
Just thought I'd like to mention that because we're glad to have live timing and scoring.
Yes. Who got our? Do you remember who got the slicker graphics slickest move?
I think it was Dalton Wilson.
Okay.
It could have gone to a couple of the drivers, but Dalton got that last night. So thank you to Michael Lefevers, the slickest move of the race, and they'll get a cash award at our awards banquet coming up in December. It's hard to believe today's February the 1st, isn't it? February the 1st.
Bring it. Bring it. I'll take it.
So again, points tonight, and then Tuesday and Wednesday, 7,000 to win will not be points, but then we'll have points again on Friday and Saturday. So starting on Friday, right? Yeah, Friday they can start replacing their worst finishes. So we should end up with the way the weather looks. We'll end up with 7 in the show.
Yeah, we take your best 6 finishes of the points races, or best 5 finishes. Yeah,
5 of the. It'll be 5 of the 7
of the points races.
Yes,
thank
sir.
you. Yes,
sir. Yes, sir. So they can start replacing some of their worst finishes here as we head to Atomic and Brownstown next month. We could have raced, I think it's like 60 degrees up in the Midway. Yeah, we could have raced tonight somewhere, right?
I'm sure by the time I go home, it'll be about -60. Oh, Kimber Snake getting a win in club volleyball action today, by the way.
Who did they play? What's club volleyball?
Travel pay to play.
Has she ever played beach volleyball?
Maybe back in the day. Maybe back in the day.
Is that on Flo?
I told her she was going to contract.
She's volleyball?
Yeah, we do have volleyball, not her team. I told her she was going to contract with Flo Volleyball.
Do they have high school?
Yeah, we do have high school. Yeah, we do have.
You and I need to do a high school football game somewhere. Well, we've done Knoxville, kind of Knoxville play-by-play,
right. Yes, yeah, we have. Yes, we have.
1st and 10 Knoxville on the 40.
The Knoxville Fighting Kinzers. How about Carson Brown quickest right now? Randall and Hammer down there turning wrenches.
A graduate of the Delk Marler Driving School, Carson Brown. JD 17115. I still think, is Corey Lawler maybe the fastest? I'll have to look this up here.
No,
we've done so many hot laps tonight, I've lost track of where we're at here on how many groups we've got going on.
Somebody in that 16-second bracket.
Turbo.
Right, yes, yeah.
Turbo is
Turbo
16,
earlier. Yep, good call.
Don't forget about Uncle T.
JD fastest in that wave with a 17003. Then Tyler Millwood and Cousin Carson.
So we should have, that should...
Does that do it for those guys? Get 2.
I did not see Joseph Joyner, Blair Nodorf have not. They're in the next.
Yeah, Blair Nodorf.
Okay, we still got one more group to go yet, right?
Yeah, we do. And some of those guys are still
or
down
a couple
there
of more.
Yes.
This is group 5.
This is group 5. That's very good. You need to
like
take your shoes off to count. This is Shane Clanton. And again, you can see, if you look close, you can see that yellow light, that light Seaver flashing inside Shane Clanton's race car. Not as much. You can see it blinking if you look real close. A great shot from Nate Hartman and Steve Gigas up here.
The Hall of Famer,
Steve Hall of Famer, Steve Gigas. That's right, up here giving you all of the coverage. Adam Martz down in the infield as well. Ian Maui on the drone. Big thank you going out to them. Also on the racetrack, glad to see the Rocket 1 back. They were upside down last night. The car, I've talked to Danny White down there in the pit here. The car was upside down. It's done. It was total. They have pulled out a backup car, but that is Brandon Shepard out of New Berlin, Illinois, the 5-time now World of Outlaws Series champ, another former Gateway Dirt Nationals champ, and the former FloRacing Night in America champ, Brandon Shepard. There's Tyler Bruning, the winner at Golden Isles 2 weeks ago, and his father, Greg Bruning's Quick Supply Company, Trek Country Bruning Rock Products, sponsored number 16.
Is Super Shep here?
not see, I'm not going to say yes, and I have not seen Super Shep. Boom's here, though.
He might show up with Ocala in a car like he did at East Bay last year, right?
That's right.
Boom Briggs, the Dave Warren Power Sports Excess Storage Car. There's Seth Zacharias out of Vestal, New York. His dad, talked to his dad earlier, Chris Zacharias. Had some spark plug issues.
Okay.
He wasn't, yeah, he showed me a picture of that, and they had to replace some spark plugs in that car. And Tyler Bruning, 17.352. He's been fast all year in the Lucas Oil Series. He comes in tonight 5th in the points, does Tyler Bruning. Shane Clanton 2nd, and at Austin Smith, number 11 Capital. Then Donald McIntosh, who was solid here on Thursday night, sat on the outside of the front row in that Billy Hicks double nickel, 79, third quickest. Should have one more group to go.
Is this it?
Maybe.
Okay.
Thanks, Tiffany, for that. Crown Vics will be coming up next for their hot laps.
Jimmy Owens
time
back
trials.
out. Yeah, Jimmy Owens back out, James, in the 20 there on your screen. Joseph Joyner going to be behind him. I did not see, I'm like you, I did not see Joseph Joyner earlier. But there he is in the Kubota Genuine Parts, Base Racing Fuels. Trade and Paints, Hunt the Front, number 10. Joseph Joyner 5th in last year's Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series point standings.
And Talon Center turning the wrenches on that car. There's the 19M. That'll be Spencer Hughes out of Marina, Mississippi. The JCM Motorsports Colt Miller car, Yellowhammer, Clyburn Tank Lines, Neon Bubbles on that 19M. You got to let him. We've known Spence for a while, right?
Yes.
He's just got the same demeanor all the time. Just and man,
yes, he does.
It'd have been great to see him win last night. I know he's got a lot of fans all over the country, and he's off to a good start. Who knows? He's got all the races on his schedule through Brownstown, so we'll see what happens with him. There's
Snowdrift.
Yep, Snowdrift.
Blair Nodorf in the Grandpa Ben's Ranch, Bargain Barn Tire Center, Asphalt Pros, Western Provision sponsored. Number 76, now two-time and reigning Tri-State Late Model Series champion. There's Mark Whitener out of Middleburg, Florida, in the 5. You mentioned him earlier, James. Another good year for Mark last year. He had 15 wins. The Ocala Restaurant Supply, Southeast Ship Repair, Jet Concrete Works, Angry Elephant. Have you got your Angry Elephant tattoo or piercing yet?
No.
Huh.
I'm glad Winger forgot about that, didn't he?
Winger was going to shave his head at Gateway also. So
there's Michael Leitz.
We might see Ashton Winger, by the way, before
Sun City, Montana.
Might see Ashton
in the 09 car. You talk about Blair Nodor, Snowdrift. Yeah, they had some snow in Milton, Florida, by the way.
Yes, they did. Over
last week.
Anywhere from 7 to 9 inches, depending on where you were, where you measure. I talked to the joiners about that Tuesday at Newport. That is
I think they said they had 4 snow plows in the entire county.
Yeah, one of them was Big Mike on his Yamaha Kodiak 450 going up and down the road, too.
Not Harry Mike. Remember him?
Oh, yes.
The late Mike Rowland.
Yes,
loved him, man. What a great race fan he was. Great friend of all you and I, and we miss that guy for sure.
Nicholas Johnson off the pace down the back straightaway. He got into the wall coming off turn number 2. Spencer Hughes fastest in the final session of Dirt Draft Hot Laps. So what's 7.576 lap time for Spencer Hughes, and that is a wrap on Dirt Draft Hot Laps for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series Hot Laps. Hot Lap qualifying for the Crown Vics coming up next. So we're going to slide out of here very quickly for a quick set of commercial breaks. They're going to scrape the wall. After that, Joe and Austin will be on the call for Hot Lap qualifying for the Crown Vics. Don't go anywhere. Night 3 of the Veland Winter Nationals. And you're watching it all live here on FloRacing.
All right, folks, welcome back here to All-Tech Raceway. There you see the Crown Vics in staging. They're going to be making their way out for their hot lap session. 24 strong here tonight, so a good, healthy field of Crown Vics to kick off 2025 for them here at All-Tech Raceway. They're going to be going 20 laps later on tonight, $500 to win. And this is their first leg of a 3-leg series. We call it the Winter Showdown Series for the Crown Vics. They'll be back in action as well next Friday and Saturday night. And a little bonus if you can be the points leader at the end of this Triple Crown next weekend. And we're going to see the green flag fly here. There you see car number 12 on your screen, Brody Collins out of Hilliard, Florida. Picked up a big win at Golden Isles a couple weeks ago, and driver with a win here last season. Oh, and a little car, one car squirrely there. That's car number 5. Looks like that's going to be Brenton Kuntz out of Fort White. There you see the 49 on your screen of Ronnie Kleiss out of High Springs. Ronnie graduating from the go-kart ranks, and we're having a meeting of the minds over in turn 2.
Yeah. I don't know what happened there. They actually stopped and were like talking to one another.
Yeah.
It's different.
It's like when you're on a neighborhood street and two guys that know each other stop
like,
and
hey,
have
Sam,
a conversation.
I saw your wife yesterday walking the dog. Nice to see you out here tonight. So we got father and son team here tonight. They're in the pits. Carlin and Robert Ray in the house. So it'll be fun to watch them. Austin?
Well, there's the guy to beat.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny Collins in the 125, defending champion, 6 feature wins last year here at All-Tech Raceway, and that's not counting wherever else he won throughout the Southeast here in Florida and Georgia.
The MD towing, the MD heavy haul ride, and they've been hauling the mail around here, All-Tech Raceway, all year last year. I think we only had one win without a Collins name in the win check column.
Yes, and that's because they weren't here that night. Lightning Lowry picked up the win.
Lightning Lowry picked up the win, and that's not his real name, by the way.
I can't believe it. Wow.
It's a cool name, though. Lightning.
It is. All right, so it looks like Collins at the top of the board, first and second. And really to nobody's surprise, if you're here on a regular basis at All-Tech Raceway, all 3 Collins, usually the cars to beat here. As we're going to get more cars out here. But it's actually Brody at the top of the board, 25.184, and significantly faster than Father Johnny. You see there, it's a 1.5 second difference between first and second, and then it falls off another second from second to third. So pretty big gap throughout the field. And, you know, for some of these guys, it's their first time out here in a while, and for others, it's their first time out here, period. It's a great way to get started in racing. These cars are really affordable. You can find them a dime a dozen. They're, most of them, old police cars, and they auction them off and get them for a relatively low price, and it doesn't take much to put a cage in them, a good racing seat, and you are ready to go.
I heard you were looking for a ride, Austin.
I don't have the time or patience. Oh boy. That's the 07, yeah. And that's actually, that's a familiar face to this racetrack. That's Jeff Prescott, who back in the day ran street stocks here on asphalt. He's run street stocks up at Cordele in Georgia, and back home here, he's from right down the road in Welborn, and going to try his hand at dirt here in the Crown Vic, and looks like that car is fresh off the highway.
You know, Austin, I've just been informed that we've got a new sponsor at the racetrack here, and 2 Fat Guys Burgers out of Lake City, Florida. 2 fat guys. So, hey, the 6 just hit the wall, and a little bumping and banging going out there. How about the fin? It's kind of an arrow.
That's Robert Ray. Yeah. I don't know if he's trying to add a little downforce. I think it's facing the wrong direction. But you see the 6 on your screen. That's Tony Bromley. He's a regular at the New Smyrna Speedway. Yeah. He's actually the 2022 Bomber champion at New Smyrna. There's Carlin Ray. He's driving for Jody Henley tonight.
Yeah.
Some of the folks down at Citrus County. Oh, no, Tyler Landis. Oh.
Hit the wall
and
hit the hood latch at the same time.
And we were talking about drivers from other racetracks. He's a regular down at Auburndale. And it looks like Tyler Landis. He's taking the Hans off there, undoing the seat belts.
Turn 1 and 2, got him. So while we were looking at car K29. We'll run through our sponsor list real quick here locally. Schrader Smokers, building some of the best commercial smokers you're going to see anywhere. Ferry Motorsports Supply. And how about Massage Obsession? Massage Obsession, you can find their page on Facebook, and they're right here in the Lake Butler area. How about Computatune? Computatune out of Gainesville, Florida. Malloy Grading. Wen of Florida, Wendy's Restaurants, O'Neill Companies, O'Neill Contracting, One Supply, Spencer Farms, and the new sponsor that we just mentioned coming on board tonight, Two Fat Guys Burgers out of Lake City, Florida. So if you're here in town, you're hanging around, check out Two Fat Guys. If you're Two Fat Guys and you're flipping burgers, they got to be good.
You have to.
Yes, I would think so. Okay, so Austin, looks like we got late models back up in the chute. Late models back up in the chute. And that brought out the caution and checkered flag there. We're going to turn it back over to Dustin Jarrett and James Essex. These guys, two veterans of the sport. Dustin, it has been nice to have you here. We haven't had a whole lot of time to kind of kid around too much and talk, but it sure is nice to have you guys here. Where has your coffee spot been while you've been in Lake City, Florida?
So we went to Coffee Culture. So actually, we've been staying in Gainesville. We're shacked up in Gainesville. It's kind of halfway between. Yeah. So we're down there hanging out.
In the swamp.
We're down there in the swamp.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I went to Coffee Culture the first day, but the last couple of days, Wyatt's Coffee in downtown's been the spot.
Wyatt's Coffee.
Wyatt's? No, Austin?
I'm not a coffee guy. So
okay, mute his microphone down there in the trailer.
Take him out on a stretcher.
Hey, Joey's not old enough yet, right? He's not old enough to be a coffee guy.
Maybe he'll get into the Victory Fuel.
That's right. Yeah. You had Victory Fuel for the first time.
First time today. I love it. I'm ready to go back for more.
There you go. There you go, man. Well, guys, thanks a lot. We certainly appreciate it. And the Crown Vics will be coming out here in a little bit for their qualifying session. Hey, don't forget, by the way, I had a lot of messages last night. I had like half a dozen messages. Man, where did you get that Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series shirt that you had on the air? Right there is where I got it. That is no lie. I bought it from Mark of Valor Apparel. And if you are not able to be here, first off, if you're here, stop down to visit them. They've got all brand new Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing merchandise. They have other merchandise there as well. Stop down and see Tanner Wilson and Dale Robinson down there. Not Dale McDowell, that I almost called him last night. Dale Robinson, they got good-looking stuff. If you are not able to be here, get an early jump on that stuff. You can scan the QR code right there. I promise this isn't just a paid promo, right? Like they really and truly do have really good-looking merchandise.
And you paid full price, and that's fine. But they'll have more. They will have more inventory, and of course they just did this a month ago, right? Got this a month ago.
You know what? I did today?
What'd you do?
I bought a Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series shirt for our beloved FloRacing producer Michael Turnreiners as a gift from me to him. I'm going to have that sent to his home in Fairbury, Illinois. How about that?
Outstanding.
I am a good guy sometimes.
One Sport Mod Drive, Fairbury, Illinois.
Yes. James.
Even the dog had did he have a Lucas Oil shirt or he had a sweatshirt on?
I think he did. Probably got it at Mark of
And
Valor.
we'll have more as we go to Atomic and Brownstown in a month. We'll have more inventory there. So get out and support Mark of Valor, and we thank him.
I actually bought another shirt down there today, believe it or not.
You did what?
I bought another shirt off of them today. I bought the black one with the grayscale logo with the red outline.
They'll have you working the T-shirt cannon here for very long giving out shirts, right? Holy cow.
I'm just a sucker for a good-looking racing shirt, man. A good, clean-looking racing shirt. I've had people sending me, I got 3 or 4 different shirts in the mail over the winter of incredibly random high school sports teams. It's unbelievable. I've got a shout out to our good
Union
friend.
Local Jets.
I got several. I got a lot of Union Local Jets merchandise. I got a Conway Wampus Cats shirt here with me. Yeah, the Conway Wampus Cats. Our good friend HP, Chris Sullivan, with the Conway Wampus Cats down there in Conway, Arkansas.
Not Conway Twitty.
Not Conway Twitty, one of my very favorite country music artists of all time. But him and Desert Highway, by the way. But yes.
What about Lone Star? Did you like Lone Star? Speaking of Lone Star, there's a Lone Star State driver.
Yes, it is.
Well, Jackson Ice has got his car fixed, so he gets in line. So we'll do 3 at a time. Group A will be heats 1 and 2 here tonight qualifying. Group B will be heats 3 and 4. And Tyler Erb, I believe he was the fastest in dirt draft hot laps here tonight at about a 16.7. And again, the track record last night, Garrett Alberson 16.430. Before that, it was Devin Moran at 16.6. Spencer Hughes, what he had about a 16.6, 16.7 here last night.
What, oh my, someone has got the door open back here. 16.4, what was it? See, last night,
Well,
16.4.
you had 4.29, and it's 4.3. Yeah, on our... Yeah.
So yes, so they've rounded. They
rounded it up.
Digit, yes, and they rounded it up, which is what it was. Yeah. James, we talked about the good-looking Mark of Valor merchandise with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. How about the FloRacing? Did you go to shopflowsports.com and get your FloRacing merchandise that I told you to last night?
No, I did not.
Get your phone out right now. Get that BlackBerry out. Get that BlackBerry out. Scan the QR code right there. You can get that hoodie. You can get that T-shirt, and you can get.
Do we have other colors besides red?
Yeah, they got that hoodie in a black as well.
I like the red.
I like the red too. It's different. It's like the reverse, right? Like I've got so much black FloRacing merchandise. I like the red. ShopFlowSports.com, brand new 2025 selection available now.
Do they have like Buckeye Scarlet and Gray or anything like that?
OHIO.
There you go. Congratulations.
Thank you. Devin and
It's been a good stretch.
Devin and I are very happy
You
about
won
that.
the World 100 Dirt Draft. You win the national championship.
Well, I mean, I had a little more to do with winning the World 100 in dirt draft, probably than the Buckeyes winning the national championship.
You can ask for more NIL money come next year, can't you?
Day. I mean, hey, speaking of Buckeyes, there's Chuck Campbell.
Yeah, but you didn't beat
Raymond,
Michigan.
Ohio,
Chuck, he's crew chief for Devin Moran. Where's the Punisher chassis, right?
Yes, yeah, that's right.
All right, Tyler Erb's going to be up first here in All-Star Performance Time Trials at New Waverly, Texas. He's in the best performance. Langenfelder Mechanical Contractors, Roberts B Company, First Class Septic, Go Lithium, Sunoco, Race Fuel, Santa Weld, Rocket Clements, Cody Carl, the crew chief on the 1, followed by the 388. He's out of Ocala, Florida. Last year's Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series Rookie of the Year. It'll be Jackson High Season, the Longhorn Clements, Quality Services Roofing, Triple Crown Trailers, Down to Earth Trailers, and Herbert Graphics 388. And he'll be followed by the 6th, 10th here last night, out of Jupiter, Florida. It is Clay Harris. Clay Harris in the Ken Harris Wilkerson Farms Impact Electrical Services, Done Right Construction, National Fragile X Foundation, Boswell Oil, Wes Burton, the crew chief on that Rocket Durham for Clay Harris. So again, heading in tonight, Devin Moran, the current points leader, will be sporting the Midwest. He is the Midwest Female points leader. Dalton Wilson's only 5 behind. He's second in points. Ricky Thornton Jr. 10 behind in third. Then Max Blair, Tyler Bruning, Tyler Erb, Jonathan Davenport, Brandon Shepard, Brandon Overton, and Garrett Alberson. Your top 10. Word from the pit area, Becca Malone and Brian Shirley have scratched for the night, unfortunately.
Well, tough break there. Tough break for those drivers. Both of them made contact with the wall in dirt draft hot laps a little earlier on. I think we were told about a minute ago that we were about a minute away, and right on cue. Yep, there we go.
All right, 3 at a time. Again, this will be Group A. This will be heats 1 and 2 tonight. They'll be qualifying against each other. Tyler Erb, again, 6th in the points.
And fastest in dirt draft hot laps, right?
Yes, he was 21 career wins in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series.
So basically the first half, everybody in Group A, they're going to come out here. They're going to roll this racetrack in just a couple laps, just to help kind of roll that bottom side of the racetrack. It's still a little slimy down there on the bottom, I do believe. So groups 1, 2, and 3, they're going to make their way out. They're going to roll the racetrack in on the bottom. They're going to pull them down to the infield, and they're going to qualify from the infield then. So 3 cars at a time, just like we always do, rather than sending them from the staging lane at the top of turn number 1, James. They'll just send them from the infield then. There you go.
Thank you for that update.
Public service announcement.
Public service announcement.
I'm so glad to be back working with you, man.
Oh,
And
man,
Ben,
yeah,
it's so much fun.
You guys done a great job here in the not so off season, right?
Our off season, my off season personally, is coming up here in about a week or so.
Yeah.
Conclusion of speed weeks, and it's. I know Ben and I both enjoy a little bit of it. Of course, you'll be on the road with Lucas Oil, as we mentioned, at Brownstown and Atomic and the Eastern Swing. And Ben and I will take those races off, and we'll look forward to joining you again back in May with starting
Maybe
with
you can join me
Speed
by
Weeks.
Zoom with Earl Hoon Jr. out there.
Yes.
By the way, I'd like to thank our 2025 official sponsors, Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, presented by FloRacing, All-Star Performance, ARP, Big River Steel, Brandon Ford, Buzz Bikes, Dirt Draft, E3 Spark Plugs, FloRacing.com, Homatro, Hoosier Tire, Lucas Oil Products, Mark of Valor, My Race Pass, MAV TV, Miller Welders, Nutrient Ag Solutions, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Rugged Radio, Summit Racing Equipment, Sunoco Race Fuels, UNOH, University of Northwestern Ohio, Wayland and Veland. Again, tonight we'll be taping for MAV TV, by the way, and that'll be shown, in a couple of weeks, DJ?
Yes, it will.
So we'll be doing that, so you can check that if you get MAV TV. They're on Dish, on DirecTV, channel 214. I do know that. There's the 22 star. So we're going to roll in this track here.
My. Check the score of the Duke, North Carolina.
What do we have?
It's not good. I hope you took Duke in the points. I'll put it that way.
Is Duke putting the hammer on the Tar Heels?
They are spanking the Tar Heels right now. So again, drivers all in Group A, coming out, rolling this racetrack in just a little bit here, a couple laps. And they will send everybody to the infield and roll out your first, or maybe keep the first three qualifiers. Tyler Erb, Jackson Heiss, and Clay Harris on the racetrack.
So again, here at Alltech, we've been here 9 times over the last few years, and Ricky Thorne Jr. has won 4 times. Again, Tim McCready won here a year ago tonight. Brandon Shepard, Jimmy Owens, Kyle Larson, and Jonathan Davenport have all won here. And you mentioned the Alltech. So as far as the top 4 from the Big River Steel Chase for the championship presented by ARP a year ago, only Moran, who was part of that, been runner-up in the series the last 2 years, has not won here. And he had the best car of the other night, no doubt about it, until the flat tire went down with 2 laps to go. He ended up finishing in 4th.
So we were talking on the drive home last night. Would you agree or disagree that that 99 team, the most consistent dirt late model team in the country in 2024 and off, in this early start in 25, you think?
Sure.
I know, I'm kind of putting you on the spot, right? But I think so. I have no problem saying I think they are. I think Devin Bryan, I think those guys, I think it's the most consistent team in the country right now.
Well, they've got the same crew basically, and you look at Thornton, he's got a whole new crew, right? And Hudson O'Neill's got a whole new crew basically, but Dalton Wilson brought in a new crew chief, Dean Bowen, North racer himself, and they've relocated the team to Campbellsville, Kentucky, home of James Ratliff and the JR Motorsports team. And Max Blair, he was solid at the end of last year. Same crew, Robbie and Kayla, they're good.
Max been pretty good to start this year.
Tyler Bruning has been off to a good start, and he's been fast every race we've had. And
Dalton Wilson's off to a good start here this year. Second in points, obviously,
Right. And so you see, Brandon Shepard back in the Rocket 1 after winning the World of Outlaw points last year in the Riggs Motorsports, the Longhorn factory car that now is driven by Brandon Overton. So, man, it's just so, as I said,
we mentioned
it's unbelievable competition.
We mentioned on the drive home last night, I think there's 2 clear-cut top drivers in the country right now, Bobby Pierce and Ricky Thornton Jr., right? I think that you and I can admit that. Ben Rubin over on the Outlaw side, I think that we could all agree with that. I think behind them, I think the 99 is probably 3rd. And then you've got this little grouping of like Jonathan Davenport, and you've got of course, Garrett Alberson, who's already got a couple wins this year. I mean, Nick Hoffman has been incredibly fast, in those couple races over at Volusia in the Ty Touring number 9. Didn't have the finishes to show for it maybe that he wanted, but, I mean, Hoffman has been incredibly fast. We talked about Dalton Wilson here on this side, and it's
And Jimmy Owens has been fast. I mean,
Jimmy Owens has
he
been
led a ton of
fast.
laps
Yes,
at
he
Volusia
has.
last week. He was
Yes,
the
he
hard
has.
charger Golden Isles. He was good here on Thursday. Last night had some misfortune.
And I think at Ocala on Saturday, I think we're going to get that 3220 RT battle that we've been wanting to see all year. I think we're going to see those two finally go head-to-head. It's Garrett Albertson stopped down here at the end of the front straightaway, talking to Lucas Oil late model dirt series officials. So again, a really good start to the year for the 35-year-old. He was 6th in last year's point standings, already 2 wins this season for Garrett Albertson. Picked up a win with us out at the Rio Grande Waste Services Wild West Shootout there in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Got that win at Volusia last week. Been a really good start for the 58 team.
Yeah, it has. And just a little bit of an update for everybody here at the racetrack and at home watching on FloRacing. Talking to officials, the racetrack is just extremely slimy tonight. They've been trying to knock the slime off, and so far it has been an uphill battle, so that's why they brought everybody out. You saw them push the tires. They adjusted where they are in the infield in the corners, and just trying to get this slime off so that we go green, especially later this evening in the heat races, these guys don't go straight to the wall. So that's been the battle on what's turned into a cool evening here, and just that little bit of moisture on the surface not wanting to go away.
All right, Ben, thanks for that update. Appreciate it. As you see drivers continuing to parade around the racetrack, and to the point that Ben made, they are now starting to send in the drivers in the infield.
Hey guys, an update. I think we're going to let them hot lap again. That's the only way they're going to get the slime off. That's the word I'm getting.
Ben, that's the word I just got as well. It sounds like they're going to let groups 1, 2, and 3 hot lap here again, just to make sure that this racetrack is okay and good to go for All-Star Performance time trials. Pull them in, and then we will continue with your regularly scheduled programming. If nothing else, James, it gives you buys you a little more time to set that Dirt Draft fantasy lineup. I do know your password.
I've had my index cards in order for an hour. I'm good to go, aren't I? Hey, those things happen. Hey, you know, we just hope it's a great show tonight. We got the 604 late models. All they are doing is what, 2 B mains in a main event,
That's right. Yep, that is right.
They've got their hot laps coming up, and then the Crown Vics who join us tonight.
The Crown Vics.
They've already done their hot lap.
They've done their hot laps. They will. Austin, are they going to qualify the Crown Vics now? Do you think? No, they're
No,
not.
they did hot laps.
Okay, he does no. Okay, he says no. Okay, they're just doing hot. Well, they already hot laps, so they're.
They got heat races,
they got
and
heat
then the main
races
event.
and the feature. There you
is
go.
last.
I would still. I just
And again,
think
that's
it would
unofficial.
It would be a lot of fun to race a Crown Vic. I just think that would be fun. I don't know why. I'd probably stuff it in the wall. I have been voted
The
the
Vibe
best.
would not qualify.
I have been voted the best driver on the drive home, unanimously. The best driver on the drive home. So
Oh, is that one of those hands-free cars?
it is. No, it is. No, it is not one of those self-driving, hands-free. No, the adaptive cruise caught me last night. I was
Adaptive cruise.
Yeah, you can't toggle off this thing. I was going like I was running 62 behind a semi for like 8 miles down the interstate, getting our doors blown off of us. I think we're good, man. Drake Troutman 16.8, Brandon Overton 16.9, Devin Moran 17, Tyler Erb 17.3. Track looks pretty good. Track looks good, so those drivers
doors blown off at 62 miles an hour.
Yeah,
Man,
again, you can't. You can adjust the distance on the adaptive group, but you can't shut it off.
drive home safely, folks. Leave the racing to the racetrack.
So when I had the very first announcing gig I ever had, R&R Speedway, Zanesville, Ohio. The track is closed now. It was open. It was in operation about 10 to 12 years. And the announcer there, George Kirkbride, his famous line at the end of the night was always, the last thing he always said, do your racing on the speedway, not on the highway. Thank you and good night. And George kind of had one of those older kind of raspy radio voices, you know, long-time smoker. And he, ladies and gentlemen, do your racing on the speedway, not on the highway. Thank you and good night.
I like it.
Yeah, that was it. It is now the old R&R Speedway, which some of my friends and colleagues know remember R&R Speedway very, very well. It is now the site of a Dow Cameron Oil and Gas.
Very good.
Yeah, inside.
And your
inside
first
baseball.
announcing gig in high school, 17 years old, and
With the
Got
Union
called
local
out by the
Chiefs.
referee.
Yes, there was that. I was doing a game once, the very first basketball game that I did. And it was the Union local. They played the Indian Creek Redskins, and that was just after. It was just after Wintersville and Mingo Junction consolidated to form Indian Creek, and I couldn't remember that Indian Creek was the Redskins because Wintersville, I think, was the Warriors.
So what'd you call them?
I froze up, and I'm
the
like
Commanders,
the Indian Creek, and I froze for a second, and everyone's like, Redskins, the Indian Creek Redskins, and it was just, it was probably only like 4 or 5 seconds of silence, but man, when you were 17 years old announcing your first basketball game, it felt like an eternity.
Awesome. Did a lot of high school basketball, did some college basketball. I miss those days.
Yeah, a lot of fun, man.
And the fans out there are bored to death listening to us talk about those. But hey, what are we going to do, right? What are we going to do? Drake Troutman 16.835, and we're going to be ready here shortly for All-Star Performance Time Trials.
Kyle Bryant. That was mine.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. James is up here trying
Kyle
to mute
Bryant told me to mute you.
See, well, because I'm probably about to say that he got on the wall down there in turn 2. Tough break. Yeah, he was showing some speed last night, James. He was running well. He's got up to 6th. Got up to 6th in that B main that he was in last night. Tough break there, though, as the driver of the Bryant Racing Equipment 79 has slid up and caught that pesky turn 2 wall. So they will get the 79 car extracted from the speedway. You see safety officials up there telling him, yep, you're towed out pretty good there, Kyle. So instead of pushing him off the speedway, it looks like they're going to back the John Deere tractor up and get him pulled at least into the infield for the time being. Well, James, don't forget, all season long, your home for the biggest racing events is right here on FloRacing. Everything from the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series to USAC, Kubota High Limit. You mentioned we just talked to Brett Deo with the Short Track Super Series earlier tonight. The Dirt Late Model Dream, the World 100, the Wild West Shootout, the Gateway Dirt Nationals, FloRacing Night in America, all of that and more. Ray Cook Spring and Southern Nationals, Matt Curl's Mars Late Model Championship, all of that and a whole lot more right here on FloRacing. If you know someone that is not a subscriber, shoot them a text, give them a nudge, and tell them FloRacing is where it's at. You're a subscriber.
Sure. Absolutely.
You know who one of the original Dirt on Dirt subscribers was? Boom Briggs.
Really?
Yes, you did not know that.
Did not know that. What year would that have been?
2007, I believe.
That's a long time ago.
That is, yeah. You were younger.
Who was,
so
you, Michael Despain, and from East Bay, the live internet broadcast?
Yes,
right?
we did. We had the live internet broadcast from East Bay starting in 2005. Michael Despain and I did.
You did it for how long? A couple of years?
5, 6,
Yep.
7. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 7 years. 7
you
years.
had General George Lee. You had Josh McGuire. You had Bart Hartman.
Yeah,
right?
Bart Hartman, yeah.
Mike Jewell. Was he on there?
I think Mike Jewell was.
Who else did you have? Not John Mason, no. He was.
John Mason was on there. Yes, he was. He was good. He was good, too. We had quite the crew. We had quite the crew up there.
The General George Lee. He still have a car?
He still races from
Old
time
61,
to time.
still going at it.
Yeah. 21.
The 21, I'm sorry.
You're thinking of Dan Armbruster.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. We had a Dave Wade reference the other night.
Yes.
Vince Du Bois reminded me of that. Unfortunately, Dave passed away, several years ago, but the old traditional 76 there at Pittsburgh.
That's right.
Mikey Marler, the 157, the Quick Supply Company entrant. Kyle Bronson behind him in the 40B. In the Borchers Equipment Race Car Engineering entry.
Will we get a new track record tonight? Right now, not looking like, about 4/10 off where they were last night. 16.835 by Drake Troutman right now is the fastest that we've seen in Dirt Draft Hot Laps. You mentioned earlier, Garrett Albertson 16. What are we calling it? 16.430? I mean, that's what the number rounded up to. It was technically 16, like it was like 16.4299 or something.
Right.
Automatically,
I think 16.430. We'll go with that. There you go. I mean, that is something. If we do have a tie, that we go to the fourth digit.
We mentioned this on Thursday night. That fourth digit, that's actually going to be available sometime here, probably pretty soon, on the My Race Pass app. So when you're checking out the live timing on My Race Pass, it'll actually go out 4 decimal points now.
Well, you have to click on the driver, though, right?
Right now, you click on the driver to see that. Yes, absolutely. But for the live timing, and that will eventually be something that is available. I love the My Race Pass app, by the way. I use it even when I'm not announcing. All right, James.
We'll do it again.
Are you ready?
It's
We haven't done that yet in Speed Weeks. We'll save that for the last.
I want to wait till we get a lap in until we make sure here. Tyler Erb is up first. There he is, the Langenfelder Mechanical. Again, Roberts B Company, First Class Septic, Gold Lithium, Sunoco Raceway, Santa Will Rocket Clements. And in Jackson Heights, Quality Services Roofing, Triple Crown Trailers, Down to Earth Trailers, and Herbert Graphics. Longhorn Clements, and he'll be followed by the 600 Jupiter, Florida, Clay Harris. He is in the Wilkerson Farms, Impact Electrical Services, Done Right Construction, National Fragile X Foundation, Boswell Oil, Rocket, Durham, number 6. The first 3 here tonight, an all-star performance time trials. Group A will be heats 1 and 2 tonight. Here we go.
Group A qualifies against themselves. Group B qualifies against themselves. Turbo 17.643 on his first lap. Jackson Heiss 18.857. And Clay Harris 18113. As you see Clay Harris grab a handful of character down there in turns 1 and 2. Second and final lap for Tyler Erb, not as good. He stays atop the leaderboard momentarily. 17643 his best lap. Jackson Heiss improves on lap 2, 18.010. Clay Harris's third lap, not as good. He will stand on a 18113. So Tyler Erb sets the barometer here in Group A, 17.643.
Up next will be the track record. It'll be the 58 out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. It'll be Garrett Albertson and the Ken and Beth Roberts. Low Voltage Solutions Incorporated, Messiah Valley Transportation, Sunoco Raceway, Bill Stein, Titan Racing Products, Dickey's Doghouse, Cheap Cars, Downright TV, Bill Sport Shop, Nutrient X Solutions. Zach Houston, the crew chief on the Longhorn Clements, followed by the 22-star Heinemann PA's Drake Troutman, the G.R. Smith, Brickhouse Tavern, Victory Circle Auto, Gambler Transport, RFI Resources, Bill Stein, Messiah Valley Transportation, Jerry Siding, Roofing and Windows, Stone Natural Resources, George Beck and Hunter Cornell, the crew chief on that card in, Trey Mills, the Brandon Caddo, Twins Farm, Mills Concrete, Herbert Graphics, Longhorn Clements, 59.
Drake Troutman to the top of the leaderboard. Garrett Albertson to second. Let's see what Trey Mills does. 6th quick on lap 1. Here comes the second lap time on Garrett Albertson, the new track record holder as of last night. He goes to the top of the leaderboard, 16.891. Troutman second quick, 17087. And smoke coming out from underneath the Trey Mills number 59. His second lap time is 6th quick, 18478. We'll keep an eye on that smoking 59 of Trey Mills. But Garrett Albertson, now the quick qualifier in Group A, James, with a 16891.
Up next will be the 76 out of Evans, Georgia, in the Riggs Motorsports entry. That'll be Brandon Overton. He is in the Garnto Southern, Napa Auto Parts, Bill Stein, Roof USA, UNOH, Dude Wipes, Messiah Valley Transportation, RB Hot Sauce, Longhorn Clements, Anthony Burrows, the crew chief on the 76, followed by the 99 out of Dresden, Ohio. It'll be Devin Moran, the Roger Sellers, Double Down Motorsports, Big River Steel, Lazy Days RV, C&W Trucking, Voback, Millwood Plumbing, Refuel Wellness, Anthony's Pizza, Red Oak Pub, Pee-wee's Record Service, Car Source, Auto McHugh, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Phillips CPA, Chuck Kimball, the crew chief on the Longhorn Clements, and Dennis Erb Jr., the 28th, the Capital Clements, Carpentersville, Illinois, McBride, Mac, Vomac Truck Sales, J&J Shocks, Performance Custom, VV Fuels, 28.
Boy, Devin Moran got way high there in turn 4, as you saw. Overton 3rd, Moran 4th, Dennis Erb Jr. 5th on lap number 1. Lap number 2, For Brandon Overton, his quick time, James, 1:6.819 for the Evans, Georgia driver. Second, play it again. Devin Moran, fourth quick on lap 2. Dennis Erb Jr., fifth quick. Moran's best lap, 1:7.425. Dennis Erb's best lap, 1:7.461. But Brandon Overton now has the time to beat with a 1:6.819. We'll get it right.
189 have been a new track.
Yes, so by 3/10. Yes, it would have.
It'll be the 22. It'll be Daniel Hilsebeck up next. He's out of Earlham, Iowa. He is in the Manning Chiropractic 22 Enterprises, big deal car care, Hilsebeck Farms. Finish line, body and paint, Adams Snow Removal. Tristan Visterby, the crew chief on the Capital Clements, followed by the 111. Out of Centerville, PA, it'll be Max Blair, the Center Light Motorsports for Brad Spochas, C&J Dairy Creek Pizza and Pub, Upstate Auto Group, Dean Auto Group, Creekside Auto Sales for One Stop Collision, Karen Murphy's Logging, TLW Transport, Gable Inn, Riggs Fiber, and also Deer Lakes Ranch. And the sponsors are on that car. And then Robbie Blair in the Longhorn Clements crew chief. Michael Brown, Mark McLeod, Blackcrest Farms, Registered Angus, Hammond Lane Clearing, Mike's Transmission, Piggly Wiggly, WB Racing, Shocks, John Page Racing, JR's Bar, Longhorn Clements 24D.
I'm out of breath just listening to you. Michael Brown, sixth quick on lap 1, and he just hit the wall down in turn number 2. Daniel Hilsebeck, fourth quick. His best lap, a 1:7.226. And the best lap for Max Blair, sixth fastest, 1:7.439. Michael Brown will be eighth after getting the wall down in turns 1 and 2. His best lap is a 1:7.463. So Michael Brown getting the wall, and a Coltman Farms Racing caution flag is out before we send the next group out. James, here is the Dave Warren Power Sports replay. Yeah, right there. He just got a little too high. Man, that was incredibly hard contact.
So the Mark McLeod Racing 24D made the show here last night. So it's Brandon Overton, Garrett Alberson, Drake Troutman, Daniel Hilsebeck. The top 4 right now here in All-Star Performance Time Trials. And again, Beckham Malone, who was scheduled to come out earlier, he is scratched for the night. So it'll be Brandon Smith will be coming up next, and followed by Ethan Dotson and Corey Lawler. Again, these will be heats 1 and 2 here tonight. And the winner of that heat number 1 will be on the Victory Fuel pole here tonight at Alltech.
So who you got next, you said? We got Brendan Smith, Ethan Dotson, and Corey Lawler.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. And then Dan Ebert, Kyle Bronson, Kyle Bryant, if he's able to make it, Tim McCready, and Mike Marlar. So they will get the injured 24D car towed just out of harm's way back here into the infield. As you can see, that car still sitting on the inside of the racetrack, so we'll get him out of harm's way, and we will look to get back underway with All-Star Performance Time Trials. You see there, those of you watching at home on the left side of your screen, the Veland qualifying order where they stand is Overton with a 1:6.820, Alberson second, Drake Troutman third, Daniel Hilsebeck fourth. Again, if those times all hold up, the top 4 will start on the front row of heat races 1 and 2 a little bit later on here this evening. Of course, the winner of Penske Shocks heat race number 1, James, will start on the Victory Fuel pole of tonight's $15,000 to win 50-lap A main.
So Brendan Smith back for his second full year in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Brian Green turning the wrenches on that Smith Speed Solutions entry, Guardian Hurricane Protection, Big Daddy's Cattle, Plum Crazy Plumbing, Total Claim Source, Skipper Smokehouse, Clyde Johnson Contracting and Roofing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Fox Shocks, Franklin Enterprises, Poncho's Racing Products. That is a Rocket Durham, followed by Ethan Dotson, 2X Motorsports, Longhorn Clements, BK Grading and Paving, H&A Development, Penske, Boswell Oil, American Racing, RC Whitwell, the crew chief on the Longhorn Clements 74X. And then Corey Lawler, he is in the PPC Lubricants, Poncho Racing Products, Creekside Auto Sales, Pro Power under the hood for the 93 car.
So the 24D of Michael Brown gets extracted from the speedway, and there's going to tow that car straight back to the pit area, and we're going to send that next trio out on the racetrack. There's Brendan Smith, In the 17 SS, he'll be followed by, as James mentioned, the 74X, the ASD Motorsports entry of Ethan Dawson, and the 93 of Corey Lawler, 1.6.820, the overall quick time right now in All-Star Performance Time Trials. Group A, held by Brandon Overton, Daniel Hilsebeck, with a 1.7.226. That's the time to crack if you want to start on the front row of a heat race after 12 cars. 12 have attempted a lap. We still have about 10 drivers left here, roughly 10 drivers or so here in Group A. James Brendan Smith will be 10th quick on lap 1, 1.7.888. First lap time for Ethan Dotson, good lap. 5th quick, 1.7.310. And Corey Lawler's first lap time, 15th, 1.8.505. Second lap time for Brendan Smith, better, 8th fastest, 1.7.460. Second lap time for Ethan Dotson. He'll move up to 4th quick, good lap, 1.7.204. And the second and final lap time for Corey Lawler. He improves, he'll bump up to 12th fastest, 1.7.754. So Overton, Alberson, Troutman, and that guy, Ethan Dodson, now your top 4 after 15 cars.
Well, Dan Eber running for the Raleigh Yellow Parts Rookie of the Year in his first full year in an open late model, 5th in last year's USMTS Modified Points. He's out of Lakeshore, Minnesota. He's on the College Brothers Towing, Minnesota Truck Headquarters, Woody's Racing. Also, Christensen Group, Ames Oil, Fox Shock, Salt Towing, Rocket Durham, followed by the 40B out of Brandon, Florida, to Kyle Bronson, the Atomic Music Group, LLC, Race Car Engineering, Borchers Equipment, Lucas Oil, Michael Lloyd Hauling and Demolition, LTX Home Builders. That's a Longhorn Clements. And Kyle Bryan, is he out there? No, it's Tim McCready. Oh, hello. Tim McCready in the 9 car. Bricks Transport, Excess Stories of Abilene, Dave Warren, Power Sports, Trans 50, Quarry Rubber, Performance Bodies, On Time Body Graphic, Rocket Clements, number 9.
Dan Ebert, 12th, Kyle Bronson, 11th, Tim McCready, 6th. After lap number 1, McCready, the best of the trio, with a 1.7.423. Second lap time for Dan Ebert, not as good. He'll be 13th, 1.7.640, his best lap. Bronson up to 6th, 1.7.260, his best lap. And McCready's best lap, he goes 6th with a 1.7.251. Nothing changes up front. Brandon Overton still the time to beat, 1.6.820, with, I believe, just one driver left to qualify here on All-Star Performance Time Trials Group A.
Mikey Marler, the reigning Jackson 100 winner at Winfield, Tennessee, in the Skyline Motorsports Quick Supply Company, Messiah Valley Transportation. Truck Country, Breeding Rock Products, Can-Am Auto Salvage, Brown's Heavy Equipment, Olsen Explosives, Longhorn Clements, Josh Davis, the crew chief, on the 1.57. Final qualifier in Group A. He's got to beat 16.820 by Brandon Overton.
And we're a 1.7.204 by Ethan Dodson to get on the front row of heats 1 and 2, and Mike Marler makes incredibly hard contact with the wall down in turns 3 and 4, and that will end his qualifying run. Officially, his lap's going to be a 2.1.246. Man, oh man, that team just cannot shake the black cloud over their head. Well, that is unofficially a wrap on All-Star Performance Time Trials in Group A. Brandon Overton lays down the quickest lap in Group A with a 1.6.820. Garrett Alberson second quick. Drake Troutman third. Ethan Dotson fourth. We talked about it, James. As long as those times held up in the UNOH Tech and Scale area, those 4 drivers will start on the front row of heat races 1 and 2. Then it's Hilsebeck, McCready, Bronson, Moran, Blair, and Brendan Smith rounding out the top 10. So we'll wipe the slate clean, and we'll qualify the second half of the field. That will be Group B.
Brandon Overton, 10 points there for fast time in Group A. Group B top qualifier will get 10 points as well. Jonathan Davenport lead out Group B, the 49 out of Blairsville, Georgia. He is in the Lance and Darla Landers, Double M Motorsports. That's Nutrient X Solutions, Dynagrow Seed, ASC Warranty, Mark Martin, Unready Mega Plumbing in the Carolinas, Longhorn Coronet, Corey Fostved, the crew chief, on the 49. Followed by the 71 out of Martinsville, Indiana. It is Hudson O'Neill and the Todd and Vicky Burns, SSI Motorsports, Big River Steel, Wheeler Metals, Merrill Bonding Company, Subsurface of Indiana, Professional Concrete, Cutting and Drilling, Westside Tractors, Dyno One Inc., O'Neill Salvage and Recycling. Indiana, USSSA, Fast Pitch Softball, Bob and Tammy Burton, Bill Stein, Bobcat, Batesville, Sunoco, Raceway, and Nick Hardy, the crew chief on the 71, followed by the 28B. Out of New London, North Carolina, it'll be Carson Brown, the Pig Cafe, GBS Brand Connect, Doyle Edwards Trucking, Sunoco, Raceway, Bill Stein, Ebb Logistics, Randall Edwards, crew chief on the Longhorn, Vic Hill, 28B. As these will be heats 3 and 4 tonight here at Alton.
First lap time is going to go up. Jonathan Davenport, 17316. Hudson O'Neal, better, 17280. Carson Brown, 17398. Those three drivers all kind of right there together, James. Second and final lap time for Superman Jonathan Davenport, trying to trump Hudson O'Neal, and he will not. Second lap isn't as good. JD 17316, his best lap. Hud goes better on lap 2, 17187. Carson Brown not as good, 17398, his best lap. So Hudson O'Neal going to set the early bar here in All-Star Performance Time Trials Group B. That early time to beat, a 17.188.
Now Dalton Wilson up next, currently second in the points. He's running third, a second last night. Going for the win here tonight. Let's see what happens at that James Ratliff, Longhorn Clements, Grant Lee Farms, MG Auto Sales, the Yellow Outlet, Innovative Community Solutions, Kellner Contracting, JRR Motor Sales, Beacondale Construction, Dean Bowen, the crew chief on the Longhorn Clements. Followed by 93 on the Lincoln in North Carolina, the Baylor Motorsports car. That'll be Carson Ferguson, Lupal Grading Company, Coleman Farms, Sparks Oil, Buddy's Automotive, Brad Benton Trucking, Baker Mitchell Company, Triple Electric, Pro Fabrication, Boone HVAC. Scott Fagner, the crew chief on 93, Tyler Millwood, the Rocket Durham, Millwood Plumbing, Gray's Mobile Home Services Machine Construction Company, 31.
Dalton Wilson, fourth quick. Now Carson Ferguson, fourth fastest. Tyler Millwood, third quick on lap number 1. Millwood's best lap, 17319. Second time around for Dalton Wilson, better. Fifth quick, 17440, his best lap. Carson Ferguson in the wall. Down in turns 3 and 4, and that'll draw a Coleman Farms caution flag for the Lincoln to North Carolina driver. It's a tough break for him as he gets too high down in turns 3 and 4. You see the tire tracks up there. He taps the roof of the race car. It's usually a signal that race control has asked him if he is okay. And they'll get that car extracted from the speedway. The good news for Carson Ferguson is that he did get a full qualifying lap on lap 1, James. That lap time is a 17588. It is currently 6th out of 6 drivers. And unfortunately, he grabs the wall down in 3 and 4 on his second qualifying lap. One more qualifying lap still to come.
He's coming back out through the Tyler Millwood.
Yeah. Tyler Millwood in the 31. And Dalton Wilson had 2 laps. His best lap, 17440. So Millwood, I believe I'm not wrong on that, right? Millwood does still have another lap coming, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he's coming here to wait to go back out.
So Millwood, and I see it here in my Race Pass app, 17391, the official lap time. Going out to that 4th digit, it's a 17391. How about that?
So after Tyler gets a lap in, the next 3 will be Ricky Thornton Jr., the winner of the last 2 nights, the 20 RT, the defending Lucas Oil champion. He is in the Bobby and Jessica Kohler Motorsports, Ultimate Towing and Recovery, Hoker Trucking, Elite Ready Mix, Capital Waste, Bill Stein Shock, Certified Inspection Services, Sunoco Race Fuels, Coleman Farms, EMD Wraps, Nathan Sletto, the crew chief on the 20 RT Longhorn Clements. And then it'll be Adam Beatonbaugh out of Lake City, Florida, the Rocket Pro Power, Capital Metal Supply, Plum Level Construction, CDT, BGR Speed Shop, Integra. And then Brandon Shepard, last night's Hoker Trucking Hard Charger, 27th to 7th. Out of New Berlin, Illinois, the Mark Richards Racing, Valvoline, Sorbert Calf Ranches, Franklin Enterprises, Petrov Towing, Gunners Honey, Ace Metalworks, Franklin Enterprises, Styles Marine and Maintenance, Rocket One Pre-Owned Motors, Sunoco Race Fuels, Rocket Durham, and Danny White, the crew chief, on car number 1, and his return to Rocket One for Brandon Shepard. So Millwood will get one more lap as we remove the 93 of Carson Ferguson.
Man, tough break for Carson Ferguson there. He's been pretty good. He's been pretty solid here to start speed weeks too, you know. Incredibly likable young man. Donald and Gina Bradshaw, just tremendous people as well. And again, the silver lining in it is that he did lay down a qualifying lap. Unfortunately, though, that team's going to have to go to work on the 93 car.
Pit crew's getting some OT tonight, aren't they?
Yep.
They're
yes,
working, they always work really hard, each and every one of the crews. And doubly here tonight. Here comes Tyler Millwood. He'll get one lap in the 31 car. And again, then we'll go with the next three. Ricky Thornton Jr., Adam Beatonbaugh, and Brandon Shepard. Tyler Millwood, 17.319. Time to beat in this group is 17.188 by Hudson O'Neill. As Rob Penrod will wave the white flag.
So Tyler Millwood, oh man. Millwood in the wall down in turn number 2. Well, Millwood will forego his second qualifying lap and stand on a 17.319 as he will pull the 31 down to the infield and make his way across the UNOH Tech and Scale area. Carson Ferguson's 93. See Millwood just shaking his head down there. He knew he got a little too high down in.
So am I.
Down in 2, yeah.
I know. And hey.
See a few teams and drivers up there looking on at the staging lane as we'll roll out the next trio, James.
Ricky Thornton Jr., Adam Beatonbaugh, and Brandon Shepard on the racetrack. Thornton, 44th career win in the Lucas Oil Series here last night, 2-time winner and a 4-time winner here at All-Tech. Brandon Shepard, 32 career wins in his return to the Lucas Oil 800 Series here in 2025, and the first ever appearance in the Lucas Oil Series for that Lake City, Florida driver, the 26 of Adam Beatonbaugh. Lap 1 coming up for Ricky Thornton Jr.
RTJ wheels the Kohler Motorsports 20 RT off corner number 4. First lap time, second quick, James 1.7.194. Adam Beatonbaugh, 8th quick, 1.9.147. Brandon Shepard, 8th quick, 1.7604. Second lap time for the defending Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champ. Quick time for RTJ, 1.6863. Adam Beatonbaugh, 9th quick, better lap, 1.8527. And Brandon Shepard, better on lap 2. He'll move up to 7th quick with a 1.7506. So Ricky Thornton Jr. now the time to beat in All-Star Performance Time Trials Group B with a 1.6.863.
Well, the opening night winner, 5th in the points, would be the 16 out of Decorah, Iowa, to be Tyler Bruning, the Skyline Motorsports, Quick Supply Company, Truck Country, Olsen Explosive, Bill Stein, Burning Rock Products, Brown's Heavy Equipment, Zeb Holtzkovic, the crew chief on that Longhorn Clements, followed by the 17Z and the Chris Zacharias entry. It'll be Seth Zacharias out of Estill, New York. He's at the Longhorn Jones Racing Engines entry. Signworks, Wicked Tees, Jimmy Zacharias, the crew chief. Followed by Boom Briggs, the 99B, the Briggs Transport, Rocket Clements, Briggs Transport, Excess Storage, Corey Rubber, Stan Mobile Homes, Meridian Hardwoods, Tucker Drums, Dave Ward, Power Sports, On Time Browdy Graphics, Brenda's Place, Trans 58 on the 99B, DJ.
Good lap for Tyler Bruning, James, 3rd quick, 1.7.192. Seth Zacharias, 10th, 1.8203. Boom Briggs goes 10th, 1.7780. Let's see what Bruning has on lap number 2. A little better, 2nd quick, 1.6953. Seth Zacharias, 2nd lap, not as good. Best lap, a 1.8203. He's 11th quick, and Boom Briggs' 2nd lap, also not as good. He'll stay 10th. Best lap, 1.7780. So now, Ricky Thornton Jr., Tyler Bruning, Hudson O'Neill, your top 3 after 12 cars in All-Star Performance Time Trials in Group B.
Donald McIntosh set on the front row here on Thursday night. He's out of Dawsonville, Georgia. The Billy Hicks Racing, H&H Hills, Coleman Farms Racing, Bill Stein, Double Nickel Clements. And followed by the 7 out of Georgetown, Delaware, to be Ross Robinson. The Dutch Star Motorsports, Stokely Materials, Commonwealth Equipment, Emil Joseph, Sand and Gravel, Wesley Collins Builders, The Frozen Farmer, Sussex Carpentry, Hard Scrabble Express, Atlantic Prime Mortgage, First Day Roofing Exterior, Boswell FK Rod-Ins, Amanda Robinson on the Rocket Clements, and then Shane Clinton in the Capital Clements, SCC Solutions, Cedartown Electric, Hesco Solutions, number 11.
Donald McIntosh, 4th quick. James Good lap for the Dawsonville, Georgia native Ross Robinson will go 12th on lap number 1. Shane Clanton 13th on his first lap. DMAC with a 1.7246 on lap number 1. Lap 2, not as good. He'll stay 4th right now with that 1.7246. Ross Robinson bumps up to 9th on lap 2, 17.444. And Shane Clanton up to 5th. A good lap for the Zebulon, Georgia driver, 1.7248 for Shane Clanton. So McIntosh 4th, Clanton 5th, Robinson 10th. They all still trail Ricky Thornton Jr. here in Group B, whose lap of 1.6863 is still the time to beat.
Up next will be late model rookie Michael Leach. He's in the 09 out of Sun River, Montana, in the Lowenbro Motorsports Dust Pods. Will's Ranch, Hellraiser Jacks, Longhorn, Cornette, Dawson Cook, the crew chief on the 09, followed by the 19AM. It'll be Spencer Hughes out of Marina, Mississippi. The JCM Motorsports, Colt Miller, Rocket Day, Jay Dickens, Indiana, USSSA, Fast Pitch Softball, Yellowhammer Design and Construction, Clyburn Take Lines, Neon Bubbles Car Wash, Lone Star Super Gas, Extreme Graphics, Torco Racing Fuels, Justin McCree, the crew chief on 19M, and Nicholas Johnson, Alachua, Florida, the Kryptonite Oliver, Auto Technique Group, Driscoll Engineering, Clark Construction, and Premier Lawn Care, 109.
Michael Leach 13th on lap number 1. Now Spencer Hughes goes 13th his first time around. Nicholas Johnson 18th. All 3 drivers looking to pick it up on lap 2. Here comes Michael Leach. Been impressive so far in speed weeks. Second lap, not as good. 1.7778 his best lap. He'll be 14th quick. Spence jumps up to 6th on an improved second lap. 1.7.291 for the Causeyville, Mississippi driver. And Nicholas Johnson will be 18th. His best lap, 1.8728. So Spencer Hughes, the quickest of that trio with a 1.7.291. It's still Ricky Thornton Jr., Tyler Bruning, Hudson O'Neill, your top 3. James, with a handful of drivers left to qualify.
4 more to go. To be Joseph Joyner at the front. Up next out of Milton, Florida. He's in the Kubota Genuine Parts. Base Racing Fuels, Trading Paints, Capital, Randy Clary engine under the hood for the 10, followed by Blair Nodorf, an Inner South Dakota driver, and his father, Troy Nodorf's Rocket Clements, Bargain Barn Tire Center, Grandpa Ben's Ranch, Western Provisions, K2D Maloney Real Estate, Slicker Graphics, Asphalt Pros, Howe Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Fire, and Glanzer Trucking, followed by the 20 out of Newport, Tennessee, Jimmy Owens, the Kohler Motorsports, Vic Hill Power Plant, under the hood of the Elite Ready Mix, Reese Monument Company, Ultimate Towing and Recovery, Redline Oil, Capital Electric, Capital Waste, Boom Test, Will Service, Cheap Cars, his brother Kurt Owens, the crew chief on 20.
Joseph Joyner, 9th quick on lap number 1. James Blair Nodorf goes 15th fastest his first time around. And Jimmy Owens' first lap, good enough for 13th quick. Here comes Joseph Joyner. Lap number 2, we'll see what the 10 car has. Even better, 4th quick, good lap, 1.7218 for the Milton, Florida native. Second lap for Blair Nodorf, not as good, 1.7739, he's 16th. Jimmy Owens bumps up to 11th on lap 2 with a 1.7440. So Joseph Joyner right now on the outside front row of a heat race, as he is 4th with a 1.7.219. Hudson O'Neill 3rd. Tyler Bruning 2nd. Ricky Thornton Jr. still the time to beat. James, just 1 driver left in Group B.
Of course, here at Alltech, always up front whenever he's here in a Crater is Super in Middleburg, Florida. It'll be the Magic Man, Mark Widener, the Longhorn Pro Power. Cody Jett turning the wrenches on that car. Ocala Restaurant Supply, Southeast Ship Repair, Jet Concrete Works, Baker Farms, DT Welding, Boswell Oil. Number 5, the final qualifier of the night here at Alltech.
Mark Widener looking to crack a 1.7219 to make his way to the front row of a heat race. 1.7640 going to be his first lap, 16th quick. For the Middleburg, Florida driver, Whitener, 15 wins a year ago. Through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Gets way high off corner number 4, keeps it under him, and he jumps up to 7th quick, James. Good lap for Mark Whitener. 1:7.272 will be the fastest lap for the 5. And that is a wrap on All-Star Performance Time Trials here this evening. Unofficially in Group B, it was Ricky Thornton Jr. laying down the fastest lap with a 1:6.863. Tyler Bruning second quick. Hudson O'Neill third and Joseph Joyner fourth. If those times all hold up, they will start on the front row of heat races 3 and 4. Then it's Donald McIntosh, Shane Clanton, Mark Whitener, Spencer Hughes, Jonathan Davenport, and Tyler Millwood rounding out the top 10 in Group B. So Ricky Thornton Jr. was fastest in Group B, but the driver that was quickest overall is the 76 of Brandon Overton, and he is joining Ben Shelton on the front straightaway. Ben?
Brandon, you got this Napa Firestone looking good tonight, man. I tell you what, gains throughout speed weeks, 8th last night, tonight's All-Star Performance Fast qualifier. This track was tough for a lot of people. How did you figure it out?
I just got lucky, honestly. Like, I changed my mind 4 times while I was out there. I was like, I hot lapped below the hole, and then, like I said, you watch guys, and they're trying to hold them wide open. So I said, I'm just going to, whatever. I got low and bounced the first lap, and the second lap I moved up and won, and just told myself just slow down just enough to catch the brown, leave it in 3 and 4. So it worked out for me, but it's just no rhyme or reason. I think the whole time we're growing up and we're learning how to race, like everything they teach you to do, like when you come here, you just throw it all out of the damn window because like it doesn't even matter. So, yeah.
Well, it went out the window, but race fans, tonight's All-Star Performance Fast qualifier, Brandon Overton. James, DJ, back up to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Ben. Appreciate that. Track prep about to commence here at the All-Tech Raceway. So with that in mind, we're going to step aside here on the FloRacing broadcast. Thanks some of the folks that make this a possibility. Don't go anywhere. It's night 3 of the Veland Winter Nationals with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing.
We showed the world what it means to go big. Combining mini mill technology with industry-leading talent, producing steel our customers need in an environmentally responsible way. Now, we're going even bigger. Big River Steel is building a second, highly sustainable and technologically advanced steel mill, allowing us to deliver even more of the sustainable steel needed to solve the challenges of tomorrow without sacrificing performance today. That's big picture steel.
Turn your passion into a career at the University of Northwestern Ohio. From high performance to automotive, diesel, and everything in between, you'll find a degree that will get you a job.
Students that go through our programs have fantastic experiences and they come out getting good job placements.
70% hands-on, no out-of-state tuition, and accredited degrees in trades that are in high demand all across the country.
10 out of 10. If you even think this is the right place for you, you better just go.
Learn more about your future at unoh.edu.
The My Race Pass app is your motorsports headquarters on race night. With over 800 organizations across multiple forms of motorsports, you'll always have the information you need in the palm of your hand. Race day information with official entries, lineups, live timing and drag racing timing slips, official results, point standings, announcer audio, fantasy racing, and so much more. Don't be left in the dark on race night. Download the My Race Pass app today in Google Play and the App Store. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
The Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series is brought to you by Big River Steel, developing sustainable steel made with the world's most advanced mini mill technologies. By Lucas Oil, keep that engine alive. And by ARP, quality first and made in the USA.
Well, welcome back to All-Tech Raceway here in Ellisville, Florida, just outside of Lake City. The Lucas Oil Labeled Dirt Series presented by FloRacing. We've concluded All-Star Performance Time Trials. 44 cars entered here tonight. As we'll have 4 heat races coming up here in a little bit after our pre-race ceremonies. We'll have our national anthem and our prayer. By the way, taking a brief look at the heat races, Penske Shocks heat number 1, and the winner of that race will be on the Victory Fuel pole tonight. It'll be the driver you just saw interviewed here on the main straightaway, Brandon Overton. Your overall fast qualifier here tonight. Drake Troutman, by the way, will be on the outside of row number 1. Last year's O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year. Summit Racing heat number 2 will have the track record holder from last night, Garrett Alberson out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. He'll be on the pole of heat 2. And on the outside will be Ethan Dotson in the 74X out of Bakersfield, California. On the Coolett Thermotech heat number 3 in our group qualifying, the winner of this race will be on the outside of the front row. On the pole will be the defending Lucas Oil champion. That'll be Ricky Thornton Jr., the 20 RT out of Martinsville, Indiana. And on the outside, also out of Martinsville, Indiana, will be the 71 of Hudson O'Neill. And Simpson Race Products heat number 4 will be the 16 of Tyler Bruning out of Decorah, Iowa. And how about Hunt the Fronts? Joseph Joyner out of Milton, Florida, alongside in row 1. Glad to see you back, brother.
Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Hey, we talked earlier about the upcoming Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series schedule. I want to make sure we give a shout out to the FloRacing Night in America schedule here in 2025. Go to flowseries.com for all of the information on that. We kick off at the Izzo Family's LaSalle Speedway on Tuesday, May 6th, Spoon River, May 7th. Lincoln, May 8th, is Illinois Speedweek. Expands to 5 straight days of racing this year. We turn the reins over to you guys on the 9th and 10th for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series portions at Farmer City and Fairbury. FloRacing Night in America, back, baby, we're back at Marshalltown on Tuesday, May 13th. I can't wait for that. That, of course, is a lead-in then. We begin 2 nights later with the Highbanks Heist at Eagle Raceway with the Lucas Oil Series. And then Flo Night in America kicks off the Dirt Late Model Dream on Wednesday, June 4th. Those are the upcoming races with FloRacing Night in America presented by Kubota. Again, go to flowseries.com. That is F-L-O series.com for more information on our 2025 racing schedule. You know, what else is coming up, James, here just around the corner, actually, in a couple weeks down at Bradenton is going to be the Pro Superstar Shootout, the pinnacle of drag racing, February 6th, 7th, and 8th. As the Skag Power Equipment Pro Superstar Shootout returns again, some of the biggest, most impressive names, not just in drag racing, in all of racing, embark on Bradenton, February 6th, 7th, and 8th. I said a couple weeks. You're right, it's February 1st already, man. That's coming up next week, February 6th, 7th, and 8th at Bradenton. If you can't be there, we've got the Pro Superstar Shootout live right here on FloRacing. All right, well, track prep continuing here at All-Tech Raceway before the start of this evening's racing program. Again, those of you on the ground see a lot of folks up and about visiting concession stands. Don't forget about the vendors area as well. Behind the main grandstands, kind of towards turn number 4, we've got over 15 different merchandise and souvenir vendors down there. You can pick up T-shirts from your favorite cars and drivers, as well as Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series merchandise and a whole lot more. So make sure you go down and support them. Those of you watching at home, we're going to step aside. We'll be back with night number 3 of the Veland Winter Nationals here at All-Tech Raceway. It's the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing. back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to All-Tech Raceway here, just outside Lake City, Florida. Just about 10 to 12 minutes, I understand, left. Dressing up the racetrack a little bit over in turn number 3. And then we should be ready to get underway with this evening's opening ceremonies. Tell you what, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the upcoming events here on FloRacing for the folks at home. Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series at Ocala Speedway, of course, next week. As practice kicks off on Monday, we will be live starting Tuesday with racing action on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Pro Superstar Shootout we just talked about a few minutes ago at Bradenton Motorsports Park. That is February 6th, 7th, and 8th. USAC AMSOIL National Sprints get underway at Volusia February 10th and 11th, and they'll be down the road at Ocala February 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th. The ZMAX Cars Tour kicks off their season at New River All-American Speedway on March 1st, and Kubota High Limit gets underway at Las Vegas on Thursday, March 13th. They take a night off. They're back in action on March 15th. Don't forget, right here next week, Joe Kelly, you've got the Short Track Super Series here next week, my friend. We got to see Brett Deo earlier. Looking forward to having the big block modifieds here.
Yep, Brett's in the house tonight with some of his crew. And, hey, if you're in the grandstands here tonight and you're local to Lake City, you might want to make the trip out here next week and watch some of the big block modified action with the Short Track Super Series. Fantastic racing, Dustin.
Yes.
They always put on a great show. And the 602 Modifieds, those guys have a blast racing around All-Tech Raceway. It's a lot of fun. I encourage anybody that's here to come back out and watch it at least one night. Give them a shot. If you're not used to modified racing, Northeastern style, it's fun to come watch. It really is.
I like to tell people I like big blocks, and I cannot lie.
Yes.
It's a lot of fun, man. Brett Deo done a lot of work with that Short Track Super Series, and this will be what, the fifth year they've been down here now?
I think it's the fifth year. There was a year in between there where they went to Ocala Speedway and then returned to All-Tech Raceway. But we enjoy having them here. It's a great group of guys. They enjoy coming down to Florida and enjoying some of this weather that we're having. And next week looks like a great forecast for the Lake City and the Ocala area as well. So I'm excited about that for the two racetracks.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Weather's important.
It looks just absolutely great. You see the track work happening down there in turn number 3. Let's go ahead and take a look at the current Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series point standings, updated after last night, as James mentioned earlier. Best 5 finishes from the points races after speed weeks is what will count. So this can adjust a little bit after we leave Ocala next week. But this current Big River Steel chase for the championship presented by ARP has Devin Moran atop the leaderboard after last night. He's got a 5-point advantage over Dalton Wilson. Ricky Thornton Jr. with his 2 wins has climbed to 3rd. Remember, he had a DNF rather, at Golden Isles a couple of weeks ago. Max Blair's been very consistent to start the year. He is 4th, followed by Tyler Bruning and Tyler Erb tied for 5th. Jonathan Davenport and Brandon Shepard currently tied for 7th. Brandon over to 9th. Garrett Alberson right now rounding out the top 10. Again, we take the best 5 finishes from the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series points races after speed weeks, after the final Veland Winter Nationals race at Ocala Speedway. And that's what will set the points as we head into the quote-unquote regular season, coming up the traditional 3rd weekend of March at Atomic Speedway and then Brownstown Speedway. So we said just about 10 minutes away or so, maybe just a little less now, from opening ceremonies here at the All-Tech Raceway. Again, for those of you on the grounds, maybe a final opportunity to stand up, stretch your legs, use the restroom, visit one of the vendors down on Vendors Row, get a t-shirt of your favorite car or driver. Those of you watching at home, we'll be back. Opening ceremonies coming up here in just about 10 minutes. It's the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, Night 3 of the Veland Winter Nationals.
The Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series is back big for 2025. as the Big River Steel Chase for the championship presented by ARP kicks off in January and concludes at the season finale at Eldora Speedway in October. Drivers will battle for over $1.3 million, with $250,000 awarded to the series champion at Eldora Speedway. Don't miss the action all season.
V-Land is proud to be an official partner of the 2023 Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Check us out at www.vland.com for more info. See you at the races.
I don't know what it is. I totally feel like I'm a kid again when I get on my buzz bike.
Horsepower, baby. You know me, I like horsepower.
We no longer bring golf carts to the racetrack because we have buzz bikes.
ARP manufactures the ultimate fasteners from the best raw materials using cold forged technology. Family owned and made in the USA. Quality always comes first. For whatever extreme category you're in, it's always ARP-bolts.com.
The Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series is brought to you by Lucas Oil. Keep that engine alive. By Automotive Racing Products, ARP. Quality first and made in the USA. And by Big River Steel, developing sustainable steel made with the world's most advanced mini mill technologies. Yeah, welcome back to night number 3 of the Veland Winter Nationals here at All-Tech Raceway. The Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series is, looks like final track preparations just about to wrap up. And they've asked brother Tim Stout and Aaron Jeffers to make their way to the press box for this evening's opening ceremonies that will be happening here momentarily. James, we've talked about some of the upcoming events on Flow. One of my favorite regional series is Matt Curl and Jonathan Clayton's Mars Late Model Championship, powered by FK Rod Ends. They're going to kick their season off in less than 2 months at the Jeff Hooker promoted Nippy 50 at Maquoketa Speedway. They're at the fairgrounds in Maquoketa, Iowa. Next weekend, they'll be in action at Paducah. PIR, Paducah International Raceway, the USA World 50, the Charleston Challenge, Charleston Speedway. It's a Friday, Saturday weekend, April 4th and 5th. They'll take a weekend off for the Outlaws being at Farmer City, and then they're back in action. The Mars Late Model Championship is at Tipton, Iowa, at the Cedar County Raceway for the Hawkeye Land 40 on April 17th. And then, of course, Slocum 50 weekend at 34 Raceway on April 18th and 19th. Always a big weekend there in West Burlington, Iowa at the Brad Stevens Jesse Minot promoted facility.
Let's hope for some good weather for everybody.
Absolutely.
In the Midwest when we get up there in March. You never know, right? March, April. Hey, we've had rainouts in July and August and hurricanes and all kinds of stuff, but
yeah, we had pretty good weather for the Nippy 50 last year. Ben and I were out there and on the call for that one. That was a fun event. Jeff Hooker putting out a ton of money there, and the purse is really the drivers ask for. You know, he took the money and made sure it wasn't all on top and reallocated it through the field, and hoping to get a really nice field of drivers there for that one this year.
Ricky Kai, one of the best in the business, and far as though, you know, working on racetracks and all that, and does a great job. And Jeff and his promotion, not only he welcomed to the Lucas Oil Series for the first time, of course, sponsoring our hard charger every night. So thanks for what you do for all the race teams and for the Lucas Oil Series.
So in that Hooker Trucking hard charger, the first night was, it was Jonathan Davenport, right, who advanced, 14 spots, I think. And then the second night, then last night it was it Brandon Shepard from 27th to 7th?
Yep.
Wow. How about
in
that?
his second car.
Yes,
I hate to call it a backup car because it's probably just as well prepared as the regular car, right? So 4 heat races coming up here in a little bit for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. We're going to have our pre-race ceremonies here, our invocation and national anthem, and we're just moments away from that.
Did you get you anything from the one of the food vendors back there?
Did you get a funnel cake?
I did not. I know I should have. I should have. You see,
I had a sweet tea and a water, and that was about it.
Water and a toothpick. That was always
that's right. That's right. So
running joke in my house when I was younger. If I was water and a toothpick, I'm sending it to bed.
You mentioned a couple nights off here. We'll be off tomorrow and Monday, and then back at it Tuesday at Ocala. 7,000 to win on Tuesday and Wednesday. Then we up the purses there for the rest of the week, and then $25K to win 1 week from tonight.
Yeah, and those two, to reiterate what you said earlier, so those two races will not count towards the races that drivers can accumulate points for Speed Weeks with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, as you take your best 5 finishes from the quote-unquote points races out of Speed Weeks.
Right, and then we should, the way the weather looks, we should end up with 7 points races, so that means they can start throwing out their worst finish, replacing those next Friday night. So that'll change it up. And again, we'll be doing provisionals through Speed Weeks based on last year's points. And then we'll start the new points table coming up at Atomic in Brownstown in March.
Third weekend of March has been a traditional weekend for those 2 dates for a while now.
Yeah, two of the most iconic dirt tracks. You know, obviously Atomic, Casey, Raceway, as you well know, been around for years. Brownstown, of course, over 70 years. and should be really good. Looking forward to it. And hey, if we can get some breaks on the weather, who knows? I mean, you're going to pack them out at both places. So,
do you have an update on the grandstands at the Jackson County Fairgrounds?
Yeah, they're working on still some more grants. They've got some grant money committed to that. I've already seen a rendering of the drawing of it.
Oh,
so they're looking, if everything, get all the I's dotted, T's crossed, they're looking at possibly after the Jackson 100 this year, and they will demolish the grandstands they have, and they'll have some new ones up for 2026. But, again, we'll just play it by ear and go from there then. So, by the way, that Indiana Icebreaker, $25,000 to win, isn't it?
That is, yes. That is the highest that race has ever paid, correct?
Ever paid, right. And it's been paying $15,000 the last few years. And looking forward to that. And Ralph Latham Memorial, of course, coming up the 1st of May at the King's House of Power in Florence Speedway. That'll pay a record $25K to win.
And that is on the back end, as you mentioned, of the series' first ever visit to Circle City there on the...
Have you ever been to Circle City?
One time, yeah. I saw the All-Star Sprints there a few years ago. There on the kind of the south... I guess it'd be more on the east, kind of the east-southeast side of Indianapolis.
Right, at the Marion County Fairgrounds, right off of Interstate 74. And I-465, Eddie and Donna Van Meter had a good year last year, and... looking forward to our first trip there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the graders made their way off the racetrack, and that means, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get underway with this evening's opening ceremonies here at Alltech Raceway. So for those of you that are here on the grounds, if you are able, we will ask you to please rise. Gentlemen, we will ask you to remove your headgear. First, for this evening's invocation by our good friend, Pastor Tim Stout.
If you would, bow your heads and pray with me. Lord Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for tonight. We thank you for this beautiful weather that you've given us to come out and have this race. Father, we just ask for your hand of protection and provision upon all the drivers and crews present. Father, I also ask for your hand of safety upon all the fans in the stands as they leave and depart and go home tonight. And Father, lastly, I just pray that each person under the sound of my voice will find a church that is proclaiming Jesus Christ and him crucified tomorrow morning, so that we can give you the respect and worship that you and you alone deserve. And we pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen, Tim. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we will ask you to please remain standing for the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner by Ms. Erin Jeffers.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, once so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting
How about that, All-Tech Raceway? Hey, let her hear you, All-Tech. Another round of applause for Aaron Jeffers. Excellent, excellent job. And I'm glad that she sang it because Joe Kelly was the backup. James, we're ready. We have got the first race of the night in the staging lane. 604 B main number 1 making its way out on the racetrack. Austin Griffiths, Joe Kelly. There's your starting lineup, gentlemen.
Thank you, Dustin. We're ready. Starting on the front row, car number 39 out of Glen St. Mary, Florida. That's going to be Brandon Wells. And to his outside, car number 31, Tim Swartz out of Ormond Beach.
Row number 2 out of St. Augustine, Florida. It's going to be the 23S for Toby Sims. And to his outside, all the way from Buckhannon, West Virginia, that's the 27 of Derek Shaw.
Row number 3 to the inside there, car number 28, Austin Lehman out of Lithia, Florida. To his outside, the 7L out of Brunswick, Georgia, Jordan Lockhart.
Moving back to row 4, David Showers Jr. in the 118. He's from St. Augustine, Florida. And out of DeLand, Florida, the 94 for Holden Allen.
How about row number 5, car number 25 out of St. Augustine, Florida, Mr. Donnie Chappelle. And to his outside, the 55E out of Alpha, Florida, that's Eli Johnson.
So here we go, Joe. 10 laps. The top 4 transfer to the 40-lap feature tonight, the Stevie Whitener Memorial. Brandon Wells, Tim Swartz on the front row. We make our way to the start zone, and our first B-main for the Jet Concrete Works 604 late models is underway.
All right, Austin, we've had a little track prep. Things are a little bit different from what we had earlier. Wendell went out there with the grader, kind of removed a little bit of slime off the bottom side of the racetrack and fixed a hole down there in turns number 3. We'll see how these drivers handle that.
Yeah, you saw them tiptoeing their way through turns 1 and 2. Tim Swartz slides high. That opens the door for Shaw down to the inside. He takes the second spot away. Swartz back to the inside. Contact made to the left rear quarter panel, and around goes the 23. Toby Sims goes for a spin, and joining him is the 55 of Eli Johnson. That's going to bring out the caution. See a little bit of fire there underneath the 23, just some raw fuel burning, trying to refire that car. Nothing to be worried about. And Sims will drive away from the accident scene, as will Eli Johnson. So it looks like both cars will be able to go. We're going to take a look at a replay here on FloRacing. And Joe, go down into 1. You saw the contact there, Swartz into Shaw, and it looked like to me Toby Sims just kind of locked them up to keep from running into Tim Swartz.
Yeah, and he's still got a little bit of contact there for the 55 of Eli Johnson. Track a little slimy out there. This is the first time these guys have seen the racetrack since earlier today, so it's been a long, it just seems like it's been a long time getting here tonight. But 2, as you mentioned earlier, 2 Jet Concrete Works B-mains, 4 cars going. That'll give us our 24-car field. And we'll, right after this second B-main, we'll do our Sweet 16 hot laps, Austin. And by then, the track will be in great shape and ready for our Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series heat races here tonight, and that'll be exciting as well. But Brandon Wells.
And Brandon Wells, he picked up a big win at Volusia last week.
Yes, he did. He's been looking strong lately. I was just getting ready to say, Brandon he came on strong. He's been strong the past couple of years, and now he's one of those drivers that we talk about. When they get one win knocked down, there's more coming in a row for Brandon Wells. Keep an eye on him. B&H disposal ride rolls into turns number 1 and 2. You see him on the brakes there, drifts up just a little bit, being followed closely there by car number 27, Derek Shaw. Tim Swartz behind him in car number 31.
Yeah, Wells leading the way. You see Shaw right down there on the bottom, trying to stay with the 39 of Brandon Wells, but Wells doing a good job out in front of this one right now. I see a little bit of a hole developing down in turn 1, but Brandon Wells doing a good job down the back straightaway. That gap growing over the 27 of Derek Shaw.
Yeah, Wells out of Glen St. Mary, Florida, and the Ferry Motorsports Supply, Custom Metalworks, B&H Disposal, car number 39. He's got this one under control right now. Remember, we're watching for that battle for 4th and 5th there. Austin Lehman and the car number 25 is Chappelle right there. You see Chappelle and David Showers Jr. trying to look to the inside of him. Showers has got a good run right there. Whoa, he'll keep it low, digs into the track there with the nose just a little bit. Can he get 2 for 1 on this lap?
Now that's 2 heavy hitters that Austin Lehman is trying to hold off. Showers with the slider, he gets the job done. David Showers Jr. into the transfer spot, but how about a little switchback by the 28 of Lehman down the back straightaway?
Yeah, Showers said I paid a good entry fee. I need to get in this race here tonight. Showers right now, the final car locked into the big show.
Yeah, he takes that 4th spot away from the Lithia driver, Austin Lehman. Now here comes the 25, Donnie Chappelle, trying to find his way around the 28 of Lehman. Lehman gets a good run down turn 2, closes up on Showers. Again, that is the 4th and final transfer spot currently being held by Showers.
Yeah, and we're looking at the split screen here on Flow. We see Brandon Wells out front, car number 39, basically unchallenged. Derek Shaw 2nd, Tim Swartz 3rd, and now David Showers Jr. in that final transfer position.
Yeah, things have kind of settled down for time being for that 4th spot. You see Showers able to drive away. Now looking back at your race leader off turn 2, Brandon Wells. As we're going to have trouble there, that's Matt Larson.
Yeah, Matt Larson, and we missed him on the opening lineup here tonight, but Matt Larson out of Lake Elmo, Minnesota, down here racing with his dad, Brett Larson. They're just kind of having a great time. Brett, I believe he said his next race will be at the Screven Motorsports Complex next weekend for Brett Larson, but Matthew pulling down the 604 late model duty here in Florida, kind of hitting Winter Nationals with his dad. You see some heavy damage there to the Hanco car number 8.
You have to wonder if perhaps he caught one of those tractor tires down there like we saw Kyle Bronson do last night.
Yeah, we've actually moved those tractor tires in about 3 feet, so he had to get down low to do that. All right, 3 laps to go, folks. 7 complete.
Yeah, and something interesting you're going to see here, if you're not a regular at All-Tech Raceways, we do true double file restarts all the way through.
All night long.
So Brandon Wells, the control car, he chooses the inside line, or maybe not. I don't. Oh, they're okay. They're going to give this guy room over here. And it looks like that is Larson having a word with Jimbo down there.
Yeah.
Jimbo's Collision Center. So Brandon Wells is going to choose the inside line. That will put Derek Shaw to the outside. Caution lights are still on, so we're not going to go green this time. And when this field makes its way back around, you'll see down on the inside, you'll have 2 tires painted yellow. There's the first one there. That's the start of the restart zone. And then the other one is the end of the restart zone. And anywhere between there, the control car, which will be Brandon Wells on this next restart, can fire and resume the race.
And we are still under caution here at All-Tech Raceway. I think we got a couple of birthday shout-outs there. Austin, how about you get that one and I'll get the one that I have here?
Yeah, Wendy Hall wants to wish a happy 40th birthday to Wayne McIntyre. And she says, Wayne, I love you always.
Oh, that's nice. And how about a big happy birthday? I think it's his 6th birthday for Brantley Arrowwood, driver of the 06 Southeast Ship Repair Go-Kart.
Right.
So happy birthday, Brantley Arrowwood. And they had a big cake and everything back there for him in the pit area today. So big shout out to him. And I'll finish my lineup here of sponsors I had to talk about earlier. And we talked about our new sponsors here tonight. 2 Fat Guys Burgers out of Lake City. Can't go wrong eating at 2 Fat Guys Burgers. There's just no way. Capital Metal Supply, Plumb Level Construction, back on board with the Crown Vics for next year. Jet Concrete Works and WoodmanLife.org. Fine sponsors here of our classes, our 5 divisions of racing, weekly racing. Looks like we're getting ready to go back green flag racing here, and just 3 laps left to go. Austin, you think Brandon Wells can hold on?
Well, we'll have to see, but I think all eyes are going to be on this transfer spot because this is going to give Austin Lehman, Donnie Chappelle, and even holding Allen further on back, give those guys another chance to perhaps steal that last transfer spot. We'll see here. Brandon Wells back on the loud pedal.
I'm keeping my eyes on the 18 car. Showers is close. He never gives up till the last lap, so we'll keep an eye on him as well. Brandon Wells gets a good start on that one. Here comes Showers to the outside. He's found something out there. Look to the inside. Here comes Tim Sports. What a move.
Splitting the Red Sea there. Derek Shaw gets shuffled back to fourth, and now all of a sudden he's on the bubble with Donnie Chappelle lurking high.
Yeah.
2 laps to go. Here comes the run to the inside for Chappelle, trying to take that spot away from the West Virginia driver.
Yeah, Shaw better get going. I'm telling you what, Chappelle's got a good race car out there right now. Don't look now, but here comes Lehman again. He's lurking back there. He hasn't given up yet. Out front, still a car number 39, B&H disposal car of Brandon Wells.
And we're going to double box it for you here on this last lap. Brandon Wells out in front, but you see Donnie Chappelle takes the 4th spot away. Derek Shaw's going to get a run off turn 2. Does he have anything left? Final time down the backstretch.
Wow, looking good there. Oh, look to the inside. Awesome.
Oh boy, Shaw with the momentum on the outside carries him to the flag. He'll take the 4th and final transfer spot.
Check that
What
out.
a finish there for your first B main. There you see race winner Brandon Wells.
Very
David
good.
Showers Jr. second. Tim Swartz, and how about Derek Shaw taking it back from Donnie Chappelle.
Yeah, I like it. I like that. That's good racing right there. So congratulations to our top 4 transfer drivers. Lehman's going to have to go home. Allen, Eli Johnson. That's a tough break for those guys, but we've got 20 of our 24 cars for tonight's field for the 40-lap A-Main for the Stevie Whitener Memorial. So we've got just one more 10-lap last chance qualifier coming up.
And the top 4 there are going to make their way across the scales, make sure that they're okay, and then we'll roll out our next B main. So starting lineup for B main number 2 on the front row out of East Palatka, Florida. It's going to be the 42 of Steven Stratton Sr. And to his outside from Gulfport, Mississippi, it's car 52 for Cody Carl.
How about row number 2, John Price out of Mill Spring, North Carolina in the P4. To his outside, the 8W, the only Whitener that hasn't made it in yet, David Whitener out of Middleburg, Florida. Actually, Orange Park, Florida. So
row number 3, it's the Fort White Phenom, Nevin Gainey in the 17G, the Ferry Motorsports ride. And to his outside out of Astor, it's the 721 from Mikey Kopka.
Yeah, row number 4 at a Greencastle, PA in the B2, Brian Bowes. And to his outside, Nathan Bray out of Holt, Georgia in the 21B.
Row number 5 out of Jacksonville, Florida, car number 51 for Larry Anderson. And representing Citrus County, Beverly Hills, Florida driver Dylan Dunn in the 22.
Yeah, last but not least, row number 6, the 55B of John Basquin out of Clewiston, Florida. All right, Austin, we're ready.
We got some pretty heavy hitters in this one here, Joe. You mentioned David Whitener, Nevin Gainey back there, Nathan Bray coming from out of town. There's some big cars in this race, and some of them might not make it to the feature.
Well, we know that some of them aren't going to make it.
So this is true.
Yeah. So I'm going to keep my eyes on the 21 and the 17. 2 good cars back there. Both recent winners. They're always winning, and you could find those guys in just about any race car. It could be a modified, could be a stock car, but Austin, looks like we're getting ready to take the green flag. Bring him to green, buddy.
Here we go, nice and slow, and we're back underway here. B main number 2, a little door banging there from the second row between John Price and David Whitener, and Whitener's in the back of the 42 and around, up and over goes the 4 of Price.
Oh, boy.
So we're going to go yellow here. David Whitener got in the back of Steven Stratton.
Yeah, and into grandstands, folks, everybody's all right. All the drivers are moving down there. How about a big round of applause for our drivers? Man, that's just a tough break. Not even a lap complete. And they missed that portion of the drivers' meeting where you can't win it on the first lap.
Yeah. Unfortunate, though, that tore up a lot of good race cars right there. And you saw John Price taking a tumble. Glad to see him moving around. David Whitener. Yeah, looking here, Joe, 3 really good race cars caught up in this one. We were just talking about Nevin Gainey and David Whitener both, and we'll have to see if they'll be able to go. You see Whitener's trying to get, looks like Whitener might be stuck down there, but he's trying to get loose.
I guarantee he's not going to give up. While we got a second, how about another birthday shout out to Ronnie Bennett Jr. Happy birthday, Ronnie.
And you see, there you go, John Price climbing out of the car. Good to see. Glad that he's okay. And
so Nevin Gainey's going to pull away.
All right, we're going to take a look at a replay here, Joe, and give us a good idea of what happened. Whitener with the momentum into turn 1, gets in the back of Stratton and goes around, and you see there, you know, with the noses on these late models, just kind of Gainey just kind of picked up the 4 of Price, not to his doing, just nowhere to go, like you said, and it just tipped Price over.
Yeah, I'm not touching that one, Austin.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is.
That's just a product of hard racing. You know, it's not really one's fault or another.
Yeah, Austin, it's just been a tough weekend for Mr. Price right there. And we watched his air breather get kind of knocked off. And track crew's out there right now. We'll have him out of the way, and we'll go back, complete restart, and try to get 10 laps complete here. Okay, Austin, you see the P4 there. We're watching them on our screen. They're kind of cleaning things up off the racetrack. That's a tough break here, and early on, we don't want to see this. It's like hot laps. We had some carnage here early on tonight, and you hate to see that for these guys, but the good news is they've had some time. The Super Late Model drivers have definitely had some time here tonight to fix some of the damage that we saw earlier. So right here, tough break for Mr. Price, but he'll live on to race another day.
Yeah, you hate to see that happen to anybody, but especially an out-of-town guy like that.
Yeah, it's tough. So, still keeping our eye on the P4 there. Steven Stratton out of East Palatka in car number 42 will bring us back. And Cody Carl in the 52. Looks like Price will be done for the night there. I'm kind of scanning the racetrack here. We're going to get a good look with the camera view down the back straightaway there. Long straightaway here at Alltech Raceway. True half mile here in Ellisville, Florida. Get a good look at the facility from there. The campground to the right. Some good drone footage.
Yeah, great shot from the drone.
Yeah. So Stratton will bring us back to green when they get them lined up. The 52 of Cody Carl to his outside. Whitener, Kopka. Looks like Dylan Dunn will fall in line there. Oh, that's Larry Anderson in the 51 there.
Yeah, it's going to kind of shuffle the deck with all that going on. Nevin Gainey being involved in the incident, he'll drop to the tail of the field here, but
I can't believe he's able to continue on, really.
I think it's going to be fun to watch and see if he can make his way back up there and to take one of those transfer spots.
If anybody can do it, he can.
Absolutely. So we'll get ready to go back green here, or maybe not. Looks like the yellow lights are going to stay on. Looks like they're still doing a little work to the track down in turns 1 and 2.
I think they're picking up debris, Austin, is what's going on down there. Some probably still some debris lodged in the racetrack, and it looks like track workers have cleared the way, and they've got everything picked up down there, it looks like. We don't want any flat tires. Tires are expensive, around the 260 range, and if you can save one, hey, that helps the driver out. So the field will tighten up.
Yeah, the yellow lights are down now, so we're going to go green this time, Joe.
Maybe we'll get just a little bit different start this time. Your front row, Steven Stratton, Cody Carl, John Price, and David Whitener. Folks, here we go. Green flag is in the air. We're racing.
A nice, good, clean restart down the front straightaway into turn 1. Cody Carl, oh, he gets into Stratton, and Stratton's around in front of the field, and oh, my goodness gracious.
Oh, Lord.
There goes everybody.
And Nevin Gainey tried to miss it right into it all. And the track crew back to the same spot. That has been Calamity Corner here tonight. We used to call turns 3 and 4 Heartbreak Hotel here, and I think that Heartbreak Hotel has moved to turns number 1 and 2.
I think they built a second location.
They have. They've expanded.
Well, I think we have our 4 transfers now.
I think so.
Well, you see, they're doing some tailgating right behind there. They had a good look at that.
Yeah.
Looks like, what has he got, his binoculars?
Yeah, I think he's...
Night vision goggles?
He's got his binoculars out for sure. Eli Johnson in the mix. Nevin Gainey jammed in there. Okay, we're going to get a replay, Austin, and we've got a couple of different angles. Yeah, looks like everybody is good in the cars. I'm looking around there. Everybody's moving around. You see Eli Johnson. He's kind of holding on for dear life up there. Nevin Gainey's wedged up underneath his door.
All right, Joe, so we're going to take a look here at our FloRacing replay, and this will kind of give you an idea of what started everything. You see the front 2 there. Cody Carl looks like he just comes down on Stratton's territory there, and everyone just kind of piled in.
Yeah.
And this might give us a better idea of what caused all the mayhem. You see Stratton going around, and everyone just kind of went for the same hole, and it closed up.
Yeah, everybody trying to get around the 42 there as he spun around. And this unfortunate circumstances here for the drivers in B feature number 2. You see Dylan Dunn, car number 22, that driver out of Beverly Hills, Florida, trying to get out of the car. Nevin Gainey, he's got a little nose damage there. He might be able to try to, I don't know if he'll try.
I feel like if you can, you got to.
Yeah, you've got to.
Yeah. All right, folks, so we're going to take a quick break here on FloRacing. We'll
Okay, welcome back to All Tech Raceway here in Ellisville, Florida, just right outside of Lake City. Beautiful night here. We're in B main number 2 for the Jet Concrete Works 604 late models, and looks like turn 2 is cleaned up, and we're going to get the cars rolling once again and finish this B main out. Wow.
Man, a lot of calamity over in turn 2. We still don't have a lap in.
Yeah, it's been all night. See a driver making his way across the track. There's Nevin Gainey. I think Nevin's going to try, Austin.
Yep. Yeah, he is. That's good to see. As many cars as we can get out there, that's what we want to see.
Yeah, he's got some heavy body damage. He's got some quarter panel and spoiler damage, and also some nose damage. It looks like they were able to fix that nose just a little bit.
And the 55 of John Baskin was also involved in that, and he's able to continue as well in the 55. As we try this again, it's a complete restart. Take 3 here for your second B main. Down into turn 1 they go. So far, so good there. Cody Carl on the outside, going to try to take the lead away from Stratton. He's able to do it. Stratton sideways off turn 2.
Yeah, Stratton's kind of struggling with the car there. The 42 down low, he looks good right there. Behind him, Kopka in the 21 passes Whitener in the 8.
Yeah, that's going to move David Whitener back to the 4th spot as, man, Stratton's got his hands full. There's Whitener into 3rd spot. Things stacking up here. Susie Whitener's in 4th, but 3 wide it looks like maybe for 5th.
Yeah.
Oh, no. My goodness. More calamity. This time they move it down to the other end of the racetrack.
Golly.
John Baskin on top of Brian Booz.
Man. What a night.
It has been something.
Is it a full moon? I don't think so. Carried a lot of speed down in there, and we're going to get the safety crew over there. Folks, it looks like everybody's okay inside the car. The drivers are moving around. And that is the 55B of John Baskin out of Clewiston, Florida. Wow.
Oh, now we got stuff falling out of the UTV. Stuff going everywhere.
Boy.
Is that a tripod?
Not sure. So the driver in the 2 out of Greencastle, Pennsylvania, Ryan Bowes. And John Deere's getting a workout here tonight. And we've got Austin, we've got 5 cars left. Nevin Gainey is going to continue on. He figures what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, if they keep racing like this, he'll make it in without even having to pass anybody. Just, you hate to see this too, because, you know, we want to see a good race, want to see guys try to race their way into the show and not just make it because, you know, by default. But unfortunately, that's just kind of what we have at this point, and there's only 4 cars rolling on the racetrack. Nevin Gainey's heading pit side.
Yeah, they're going to do a little bit more work to that car, and they have nothing to lose by doing that. See if the quarter panel can be maybe fixed. It was kind of dragging the track, maybe touching the tire. I'm not sure what Jimbo told them, but they kind of rushed to the aid of the pit crew here. We're watching the 55 being lifted off of the 2 car down in turns number 3 and 4, while Nevin Gainey is pit side.
Yeah, there you see John Baskin in the 55, and they're trying to ease it off of the 2 car there. You don't want to cause any more damage than what's already been done.
Yeah.
Definitely a wild start to this second B main, and you know, we had a little bit, it got a little rough in the first B main there, but nothing like this.
Yeah, it's definitely it's been a rough night. And this B main here really is taking the cake.
Yeah, so coming up right after this, we're going to have hot laps for the 16 cars who locked themselves in last night for the 604 late models. After that will be our Lucas Oil Dirt Late Model Series heat races, then the Crown Vic heats.
You are the Crown Vic whisperer, aren't you?
Yes, that's what I've been told.
Yes.
So.
Well, hopefully the Crown Vics make us proud here tonight. They start this race number 1 of the Winter Heat Series for the Crown Vics.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3-leg deal, Triple Crown, if you will. Yeah. And the next 2 nights will be next Friday and Saturday, along with the
Short Track Super Series.
That's it, the modifieds, yes. Yeah, and it's cool. You know, we have a lot of our regulars here, like the Collins, like the Ottingers, but some other drivers ventured from out of town over here. We saw Tyler Landis have an issue in practice. Looks like they got that car fixed and ready to go. He made a trip up from Plant City. He's usually a regular down at Auburndale, a quarter-mile asphalt track. New Smyrna Speedway's Tony Bromley made the trip over here, another asphalt guy, track champion over there in 2022.
How about Carlin Ray?
Yeah, and Carlin and Robert Ray both.
I haven't seen Carlin race in a few years. I know he's dabbled a little bit on the asphalt side of things, but he hasn't been here to All-Tech Raceway in probably 3 or 4 years. Nice to see him back. Now he's got a family. He's got a beautiful wife and a couple children, a baby, and his son is growing by leaps and bounds.
Yes.
They grow quick.
Yeah, he drove a pure stock for Shannon Kennedy not too long ago down there at Citrus County. But yeah, Joe, you remember he ran Thunder stocks on dirt, mainly
car
up here
number
in Lake
72.
City.
Yeah. Car number 72, Carlin Ray, and ran over at Volusia Speedway Park some, Ocala Speedway. He really had a lot of success over at North Florida Speedway. That was his stomping ground over there. He did well over here at All-Tech Raceway as well. Hope to see him back in maybe the factory stock division coming up in 2025 with that unified factory stock rules package. That would be a good class for Carlin to be in. Right now he's enjoying the Crown Vic and enjoying the new house and the family. But it is nice seeing him back racing tonight.
Yes, absolutely. So the Crown Vics, they'll be out here in a little while. They have 3 heat races and a 20-lap feature. That 20-lap feature will actually close out our night later on. But we're trying to get ready to go here and resume this B main for the 604 late models. Cody Carl, the leader right now in car number 52. There you see Steven Stratton Sr. He's in the 2nd spot. There's only 4 cars left. So just, take care of each other, take care of yourself, and you're going to make the show.
Yeah, well, don't look now. Here comes car number 17 back on the speedway.
There we go. So that gives us a little more to talk about there.
Yeah, you can't give up now.
No, absolutely not.
2 laps completed this 10-lap last chance qualifier. And this is it. This is your last chance. 4 more cars to make up the 24-car starting field for tonight's 40-lap main event.
So Cody Carl, Steven Stratton making up the front row. And Joe, sounds like the next flag going to end the race after this next restart.
Well, when you're the race director, you got to make these decisions, and I'm glad I'm not the race director, but I agree with it 100%. Here we go, Austin. Car number 52 will bring us to green. Cody Carl fires out of turn number 4. Good start for him. The 21 of Kopka right there with him.
Yeah, Kopka looking to the inside. That's for the lead there. Kopka going to hold on to 2nd as Cody Carl makes his way down the back straightaway, opening up the gap over Mikey Kopka.
Yeah, doing a great job down there. They're still battling back there. Here comes Gainey trying to take that final spot, and he does it over Stratton. Gainey's got the spot now. Here comes the 42 in that Infinity chassis trying to battle back. To the outside goes Gainey. Whitener almost in the wall there. We'll keep an eye on those guys.
Yeah, Stratton didn't get the restart he was looking for, and for Nevin Gainey, that car not very aerodynamically sound right now, but he's making the most of it as they are side by side for that 4th and final spot. Nevin Gainey washes up the track, and Stratton's going to take the 4th spot away from Gainey.
Yeah, Stratton's got a good car, and it looks like he's able to hold on to it just a little bit better than he was earlier. Nevin Gainey has not given up yet, though, but Stratton has got that spot locked down now.
Yeah, it's really difficult for Gainey right now. The right rear quarter panel and the decking knocked loose. As you look back to the front, Cody Carl managing the gap over the 721 of Kopka. Coming to 4 to go this time. Cody Carl looking pretty good out front.
Yeah, Cody Carl's doing a great job out there. Car looks really good. Kopka and that Joe Kump, car number 21, doing a great job out there in 2nd position. You David Whitener 3rd. And Steven Stratton, Sr., in that final transfer position.
Yeah, and Stratton was able to pull away from Gainey there. So now just 3 laps to go. There you see Steven Stratton. Gainey just entering the picture for a split second there, but it gives you an idea of how much Stratton's been able to drive away from Nevin Gainey, who's really driving a battered and bruised race car at this point.
It really is. Out front, still Cody Carl, Mike Kopka there, and we've got 1 mile remaining, Austin. Whitener still in that 3rd position. Whitener was running down the 21 of Kopka just a minute ago. We're watching the 52 of Cody Carl on our screen. That first class septic, car number 52.
Yeah, making the trip over from Gulfport, Mississippi. Long trip across I-10 over here to Lake City, Florida, and he's half a lap away from putting it in the big show. Cody Carl into turn 3 for the final time. Easy does it down there on the bottom.
Yeah.
And he's going to make it happen, Joe. Cody Carl wins B main number 2 for the 604s.
Yeah, so that'll give us Cody Carl, Mike Kopka, David Whitener, and Steven Stratton will be our 4 cars that'll transfer into tonight's 40-lap Stevie Whitener Memorial. Coming up next, folks, it'll be our Sweet 16. Our 16 locked-in cars. We'll give them a hot lap session. Then we'll roll into our Lucas Oil Dirt Late Model Series heat races in just a few minutes.
I see there your top 4 going to make their way across the scales. Make sure everything's okay with those race cars, and if they get the thumbs up, they'll continue on tonight for the 40-lap A main, the Stevie Whitener Memorial.
You see, I was watching that bottom line there. We're going to see that kind of develop some character here, Austin, down turns 3 and 4. You noticed how Cody Carl on that last lap had to tiptoe through there. He did a fine job, but you can tell it's very wet down on the bottom side of the racetrack and kind of pushing up. So that's going to have to be, you have to be a little cautious down there when you throw your car in.
Yeah, for sure. It's treacherous down there right now, and we've seen all night, not just the 604 guys, the super guys having issues in turn 2 and even down in turn 3 as well. So the next group of cars that are going to come out, as you mentioned, Joe, the top 16 from last night's qualifying, and there you see some of them lined up and ready to go, including your new track record holder in the 21, Pearson Williams.
Yeah, nice job last night, and he picked up a cool $300 from Ocala Restaurant Supply for our Fast Time Award.
A.J. Brown there in the 14. He made the trip down from New York. You see Cameron Saunders in the 29, and Cameron Saunders, a local driver, looking to get it done here at Alltech, and it would be a big one for him if he can pull it off tonight.
Yeah, Cameron's another one of those drivers that we've talked about all year long. He's right on the verge. He's on the verge of knocking a big win down, and once he does, I feel like the confidence will just really explode inside that young man, because he's a good little race car driver. Just needs that win, build up a little confidence, and I think we see that this year in 2025, Austin, out of Cameron Saunders.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen him, really turn into a serious contender here over the course of the last season. And, it was in the championship hunt, came up just short there last season, but I'm with you. I'm expecting big things out of Cameron Saunders in 2025.
Yeah. We've got a couple of guys committed to run for the championship here for the Jet Concrete Works Championship. $5,000 on the line. if you can pull that off. And we've got some really good racing scheduled for you this year. If you're a Crate Racing USA 604 late model driver, you want to check out our schedule. A couple of big paying races here throughout the year. Come enjoy yourself, hang out at Alltech Raceway, race for some good money.
So we're going to see the green flag here for A main hot laps. There's the 111 of Demetrius Drelos, another driver coming down from New York. So we're glad to have him here with us in Florida in February. Car number 24 of Austin Bloodworth. How about this, Joe? He's going to be making his 604 late model debut race tonight. Ran the 602s last year. He's just 13 years old, so we'll see what he can do. He was second quickest overall in qualifying last night.
Yeah, he had a really good lap. He shows a lot of speed. There's another young driver right there, Beckham Malone in car number 23. I believe Beckham is 13 or 14 years old as well.
Yeah, another 13-year-old. We saw him have a little bit of an issue with the Super. Looks like he loaded that one up, but going to try it here with the 604. How about this? A former champion here at Alltech Raceway, Garrett Stewart.
Yeah, 2023, locked it down. Car number 67, one to watch always here at Alltech Raceway. Always good equipment. You see the B4 signs on the hood of that one. And there he is, the 515, the Malloy grading car of Bubba Rolling. Bubba's got a really big fan following here at Alltech Raceway. He's looking to knock down a win to kind of boost his Winter Nationals performance. Bubba's had a couple of good runs, won a 602 race here recently, but looking to knock down a 604 win. There's Pearson Williams.
Yeah,
car number 21, the Windland Development CVR.
Pearson Williams currently the quickest in this session, 19.390.
Yeah, no surprise there. He is our new track record holder.
So that's going to be your first half of hot laps. Our second group will come out here in just a second. And Pearson Williams, so far, pretty strong. He was fastest in qualifying last night, fastest in hot laps thus far tonight. Things shaping up to be a good night here for Pearson Williams. So our next group's going to come out. There you see Mark Whitener, Austin Yarbrough, or excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it? Yeah,
that's
Austin Yarbrough in the 18.
Bubba Whitener behind him. There's little sexy Cody Overton in the CO2 Too Cool. Ocala Restaurant Supply, Dave's Towing Ride. Whitener, I guess Whitener's tractor service on the hood of that one.
Now, the winning car of this race a year ago with Tyler Klim behind the wheel, now Cody Overton, who's looked pretty sporty in the Super during speed weeks. Saw him have some good runs at Volusia and Needmore in the Super late model. Focusing on the crate here at Alltech.
That's the Big Frog Motorsports, Viper Motorsports entry here this weekend. Cole Platt, car number 44. Out of Callahan, Florida in that Rocket XR1.
Yeah, behind.
Yeah, go ahead, Austin.
Behind him is Joe Belkey in the 119 as we're going to see the green flag here. Cole Platt on your screen in the 44. Hot laps back underway.
See if anybody's got anything for Pearson Williams. Got a couple of heavy hitters out there. The 515, there's the 119 in the Warrior. He's the only Warrior race car in the field here this weekend. Says, why so serious on the back? Mike Knuckles was turning the wrenches on that thing over at Volusia Speedway Park last week for the Sunshine Nationals. Let's see if it's helped Joe. Joe usually gets around Alltech Raceway pretty well. Corey Neal Jr. and the 7.
Yeah, and that's Caleb Gay in the 16.
Yep, Caleb, Corey Neal second quick. Cody Overton right now third quick. There's Mark Whitener right to second quick.
And Whitener on your screen now. Down the back straightaway he goes.
Yeah, that's the Jet Concrete Works, Whitener's tractor service ride. There's Austin Yarbrough, top shelf trailer. Brian Green.
And how about that, Austin Yarbrough? And the Mark Fleischer-owned machine goes to the top of the board.
That's a
and
good
as
lap.
we say that, it's going to be Cody Overton taking the top spot away. 19.242 for Cody Overton.
I feel like Cody Overton has got a really good opportunity here this weekend. We got, looks like the 119 of Belkey around over there in turns number 2. We got our eyes right there on Cody Overton. Overton with a 19.242, 19.242. That's a good lap.
There's Joe Belkey facing towards the infield in turn 2. Don't think he made any contact with anyone or anything. He's going to back it up and keep on, and actually looks like that's going to do it.
Yeah, I think we're done. And Austin, that's going to bring up the Lucas Oil Dirt Late Model Series heat races here tonight. And Dustin and James will be joining us again. And I'll tell you what, nice job by the Sweet 16 drivers right there. Cody Overton, the quickest car out there. We'll watch him later on tonight in that $5,000 to win 40-lap main event. But coming up, we'll throw it back over to James Essex and Dustin Jarrett on the call here tonight for the heat racers here. We've got some exciting racing heading your way, folks. Guys, back to you.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate it. Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series heat races have made their way to the staging lane. Crew's about to do the crossover. We've got 4 heats for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series in the staging lane, are about to make their way to the staging lane. As you can see, part of the first heat there staged right now. 8 laps in distance, top 4 from each heat race lock themselves into tonight's main event. James, here's the starting lineup for Penske Shocks heat race number 1.
On the pole will be the 76 car in the Riggs Motorsports Longhorn factory car. It'll be Brandon Overton. He's out of Evans, Georgia, the 76. And outside, last year's O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year in the GR Smith 22 star out of Heinemann, Pennsylvania. It'll be Drake Troutman.
Row 2 on the inside out of Earlham, Iowa. The 22 is Daniel Hilsebeck. And on his outside out of Brandon, Florida, the 40B is Kyle Brunson.
Inside of row 3, currently 4th in the series points, he's at the Brad's Chaz. Centerline Motorsports 111 out of Centerville, Pennsylvania, it'll be Max Blair. And on the outside, the 28 in his capital out of Carpentersville, Illinois, it'll be Dennis Erb Jr.
Tyler Erb, he's originally from New Waverly, Texas, and he starts in the 7th position here tonight in that Best Performance Motorsports number 1 on his outside. Out of Ocala, Florida, the defending Hunt the Front Rookie of the Year, the 388 is Jackson Heiss.
And I believe Trey Mills, Mike Marlar, Brian Shirley, no shows in this Penske Shocks heat number 1. Again, 8 laps. Top 4 transfer to the 50-lap A main tonight, $15,000 to win. The winner will be on the Victory Fuel pole here tonight. 3 more heats will follow. We'll have 2 B mains. So Devin Moran comes in tonight with the Midwest Sheet Metal points leader. Dalton Wilson 5 behind in second. Ricky Thornton Jr. 10 behind in third. Then it's Blair, Bruning, Tyler Erb, Davenport, Shepard, Overton, Alberson, O'Neill, Owens, Hughes, and McCready, your top 14. So Brandon Overton, yes, the overall fast qualifier in the 76 car, the Napa Auto Parts.
I think that surprised even him. It's a track that he has mentioned. He has not run well at. You know, he hasn't quite got a hold of it. A lot of guys say that, right? We hear that with a lot of guys that come here and run the 2 or 3 races that we have here at Alltech. It's a difficult track to learn. It's a difficult track to get a grip on. And so they give him a lap to parade around the racetrack, do kind of a quasi warm up there. They're going to get him lined back up side by side, double file. And we will get underway with this evening's first Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series heat race. James Penske Shocks heat number 1.
Brandon Overton, 18 career wins in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series at the Nutrien Lucas start zone. Rob Penrod waves the green flag. We are underway in Penske Shocks heat number 1.
Boy, Drake Troutman slid way high there in turns 3 and 4, higher than he wanted to, and he's going to lose a couple more positions. Down in 1 and 2 as you see Max Blair and Kyle Bronson get by Tyler Erb. Now down to the inside at the end of lap number 1. Brandon Overton leads second as Daniel Hilsebeck. Max Blair third. Fourth right now is Kyle Bronson.
Yeah, good run there out of turn number 2 for Hilsebeck, the driver of that capital car, the Hilsebeck Farms entry. Here comes Turbo over the Bronson into turn 3. You're talking about a couple of hard charges right there. Turbo way up there. Turbo comes in tonight 6th in the points. It's all Brandon Overton right now with the lead and that Anthony Burroughs crew chief. 76 car down the back straightaway.
Napa Auto Parts logo on the side of that entry. You're looking back at the battle now for the final transfer. Kyle Bronson has it. Uncle T trying to take it away as Brandon Overton is just picking him up and putting him away in the early stages of this first heat race, James. He's already got a 2.7-second lead as Bronson and Turbo continue to battle for the final transfer, and they close in on your third place car, the 111 of Max Blair. That's the battle now on your screen.
4 down and 4 to go. Overton ran the series full-time 2 years ago. Last year he ran the Hunt to Front Super Dirt Series, won the points there. Back full-time in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series here. The battle down the back straightaway. Blair and Bronson into 3. Hilsebeck, good run for Daniel in that second spot. Third on back as they come out at turn 4. Bronson gets around Blair with 3 to go.
Yeah, Tyler Erb going to try to follow suit as well as Max Blair married to the inside of the speedway. Turbo's got a good run on the outside. Oh, man, and he tags the 111 coming off turn number 2. Turbo gonna grab a little bit of the concrete. He'll try to muster up another run. 2 laps to go in this one. And Brandon Overton, my Lord, he's got a 5.3-second lead.
Yeah, that could have been ugly back there with Erb and Blair. Meanwhile, Bronson is tracking down Hilsebeck. Overton, the Barons Performance, 1 lap to go. He has a straightaway lead, Dustin, over this battle right here.
Final time around for Brandon Overton on the left side of your screen. An incredible advantage for the driver of the 76 through 3 and 4 for the final time. Overton has won this race by an absolute country mile. Second spot up for grabs here on the last lap. It'll be Hilsebeck getting it over Bronson, and Blair will hang on to the final transfer ahead of Tyler Erb, Drake Troutman, Dennis Erb Jr., and Jackson Heiss. So finishing in 4th, it's going to be Max Blair. 3rd will be Kyle Bronson. 2nd, Daniel Hilsebeck. And the winner of Penske Shock's Heat Race number 1 is the driver out of Evans, Georgia. That Napa Auto Parts, Garnto Southern, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Heartbeat Hot Sauce, Dude White sponsored number 76. How about it for Brandon Overton? We're going to forego heat race winner interviews here this evening to try to keep these heat races moving as Overton makes his way into the UNOH Tech and Scale area. We'll give you the lineup for Summit Racing Heat 2. The pole sitter in this one out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, and the Ken and Beth Roberts Racing number 58 is going to be Garrett Alberson. And on his outside out of Bakersfield, California, in the ASD Motorsports 74X, it's Ethan Dotson.
In the boom and Steve Briggs, number 9 out of Watertown, New York, 2-time Lucas Oil champion. It'll be T-Mac Tim McCready. And on the outside, the Double Down Motorsports car, the current points leader in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series out of Dresden, Ohio, the 99 of Devin Moran.
Moving back to row 3, good qualifying effort for the Dade City, Florida 19-year-old. It's going to be Brendan Smith on his outside. One of this year's O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year candidates out of Lakeshore, Minnesota. The 60 is Dan Ebert.
Her drivers that ran the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year chase a year ago. It'll be the 93 out of Hanover, Pennsylvania. It'll be Corey Lawler. And on the outside, the 6 out of Jupiter, Florida, 10th here last night. It'll be Clay Harris.
See if we have your final 3 starters. They all encountered issues in Dirt Draft Hot Laps a little earlier this evening. Michael Brown on the 24D, Beckham Malone in the 23, and Kyle Bryant in the 79. I do see the 24D of Michael Brown out there. I do not see Kyle Bryant, you're right, James, or Beckham Malone, either one. So it looks like we will have 9 cars running 8 laps. Summit Racing Heat number 2, top 4 will transfer to this evening's main event.
Winner starts inside of road number 2. Garrett Alberson, set the new track record here last night at 16.430. He is currently in 10th in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series points, 6th a year ago. Looking for his 2nd career win in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Of course, his first came at Port Royal last year. Ethan Dotson has never won a Lucas Oil race in the 74X. McCready, of course, a year ago tonight, he dominated in the Paler Motorsports 39 car when he had a clean sweep that night. And, of course, Devin Moran, the current points leader in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, and that Big River Stool chase to the championship presented by ARP.
Well, it looks like they've waited for the cars to clear the scales before starting this heat race. So
I think we're going to run this thing right. I cannot say. I'm not saying nothing, right?
No. No.
So Overton, Hilsebeck, Bronson, Blair in. They crossed the UNOH scale, so we'll take 4 more out of this one. So Garrett Alberson. Good year for him so far. He won at Vado back last month and then at Volusia last Saturday night. Trying to get his 3rd win of the year in car 58.
All right, so the field getting their kind of a one-lap warm-up there to make sure they're good to go with slightly different track conditions than when they were last out here a while back. Yellow lights turned off, green flag going to wave this time by. Again, this is Summit Racing Heat number 2. Winner of this one will start on the inside of row 2 in tonight's 50-lap main event. Garrett Alberson. He was a heat race winner last night, James, starting on the pole. Ethan Dotson has been really good in speed weeks on the outside. McCready and Moran in row 2. Green flag waves in the Nutrien Ag Solutions starting zone.
Oh, man, Moran through the middle. That was wild. And out at 2. Alberson's going to lead. Moran to the outside of McCready. McCready will slide up the track. Tim goes to 2nd. Good start to that one as they come out at turn 4. It is hammered down again. Moran on the inside through the middle. It's McCready 2nd, Moran 3rd, Dotson 4th, DJ.
Alberson really good on these starts and restarts, James, as he is already stretched out to an advantage by about 5 car lengths in this one over McCready. Moran, there's the battle for the final transfer on your screen. It is. It's a Dan Ebert sighting here in the Sunshine State as he's going to move the 60 car up to the final transfer in 4th, that time by at the scoring loop.
Oh, is there room? I like this Dan Ebert guy. Second, he was 5th last year in the USMTS Modified. He's a former snowmobile champion in the Winter X Games. He right now is in the 4th spot, but Garrett Alberson, I'm not sure if he's been in the Winter X Games, but he leads right now in 58.
Well,
they do get snow in Las Cruces, right?
Yeah,
we found that out.
Yeah. This is Garrett Alberson's version of the Winter X Games right here. Give me a dirt late model in the winter in the Sunshine State, and I'll put it out front, and that's what he's done. 4 laps down, 4 laps remaining here in Summit. Heat race number 2, Alberson, Dodson, McCready, Moran, your top 4.
Moran all over McCready down the back straightaway. Tim McCready 4th in last year's points. Moran 2nd year in a row, the runner-up. But right now, Garrett Alberson in that Ken and Beth Roberts 58 car in the turn 1. McCready 2nd, Moran 3rd, Dan Ebert is 4th. Ebert made the opening race at Golden Isles. In contention with some other drivers for that O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year chase this year. That'll pay a $20,000 to the winner of that one. But right now, Garrett Alberson, who won the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year chase in 2022, leads them out at turn number 2 down the back straightaway as they head to the Barron's Performance. 1 lap to go. And Tim McCready trying to track him down, DJ. And Dotson problem at turn 2.
Yeah, Ethan Dotson grabs the wall, but he's able to keep going, James. He's going to lose a spot or 2, and actually he's now going to yield down to the inside of the racetrack. We stay green flag racing in this one. Final time around, Garrett Alberson took the lead at the drop of the green flag, and he is going to stay out front and lead all 8 laps in this one. Checkered waves. The winner of Summit Racing Heat 2 is going to be Garrett Alberson. Tim McCready 2nd, Devin Moran 3rd, and Dan Ebert races his way into the show. He grabs that last transfer position ahead of Brendan Smith, Corey Lawler, and Ethan Dotson will be credited with the 8th spot. So it's Dan Ebert 4th, Devin Moran 3rd, Tim McCready 2nd, and there is the winner of Summit Racing Heat number 2, the 35-year-old out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, in that Kennebeth Roberts Racing, Low Voltage Solutions, Romer Machine and Welding, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Titan Racing Products, Bill Sports Shop, Sunoco Race Fuels, Lucas Oil, Dickey's Doghouse, Cheap Cars sponsored, number 58. How about it for Garrett Alberson? Just like that, James, 2 down, 2 to go for Lucas Oil. Late Model Dirt Series heat races. Next on the agenda will be Cullet Thermotech heat race number 3.
And it'll be 8 laps, top 4 transfer. The winner starts on the outside of the front row tonight. On the pole will be the 20RT, the defending Lucas Oil champion. And now hailing out of Martinsville, Indiana, it'll be Ricky Thornton Jr. Also to Martinsville, Indiana, the 2023 champion. In 71, it'll be Hudson O'Deal.
Row 2 on the inside had a solid run here on Thursday night. In the Billy Hicks Racing double nickel race car, the 79, is Donald McIntosh. And on his outside, one of the toughest drivers you'll encounter right here in the Sunshine State, out of Middleburg, Florida, the 5 is Mark Whitener pulling double duty here tonight.
It'll be the 49. He is in the Double M Motorsports entry out of Blairsville, Georgia. It'll be Jonathan Davenport. And on the outside, the 28B, he's out of New London, North Carolina. That is Carson Brown.
We move back to row 4, and on the inside, we find the driver out of Fayetteville, North Carolina, who comes into the event second in the series point standings. It's the big perm, Dalton Wilson. And on his outside, out of New Berlin, Illinois, in the Valvoline Rocket 1, it's Brandon Shepard.
And your final 3 starters scheduled to be the 76 out of Renner, South Dakota. That'll be Blair Nodorth. The 99B out of Bear Lake, Pennsylvania, Boone Briggs. And his first Lucas Oil appearance out of Lake City, Florida, is Adam Biedenbaugh in car 26.
Got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 of them out there. Missing one driver, James. Might be,
Yeah, Dalton Wilson comes in like second in the points. Is it Biedenbaugh?
It's Boom, I think.
Okay.
I know there's no Boom sighting.
So the winner of this race starts on the outside of the front row. Heat number 4 coming up next, and we've got 2 10-lap B mains who will take the top 3. We'll settle up on the provisionals based on last year's final points, and then go from there. Here tonight, 50 laps, $15,000 to the winner.
So we got all the drivers from Summit Racing Heat 2 through the UNOH Tech and Scale area. Coolett Thermotech Heat Race number 3 now on the track. James, as you mentioned, the winner of this one starts on the outside front row. And how about that? Ricky Thornton Jr. and Hudson O'Neal on the front row of this one. How bad do you think Hud wants to win that drag race down in turns 1, 2? I will say that high side's been the place to be here these the first 2 heat races.
You realize something, it doesn't seem like they've been around that long. They have combined for 73 wins in the Lucas Oil Series. 44 for Thornton, 29 for O'Neal.
It's incredible.
At the Nutrient Ag Solutions start zone for the outside of the front row alongside Brandon Overton, the winner of this race will be out at turn 4 at Thornton O'Neal for the green flag by Chief Starter Rob Penrod.
They fire that Nutrient Ag Solutions starting zone. Ricky Thornton Jr. wins that whole shot down into 1 and 2. Hudson O'Neal tries to get a run on the outside, but Donald McIntosh is there. D-Mac leaves him room, allows Hudson O'Neal to get back by. Now here comes Jonathan Davenport. Davenport works by Donald McIntosh. He's looking to the inside of Hudson O'Neal. It's RTJ leading lap number 1.
Rough night last night for Davenport. Now JD on the bottom of O'Neal and slowing in the main straightaway. And Mark Whitener's got a problem in 5. He's gotten into the wall here at All-Tech, and that's going to bring out...
No,
he goes to the pit area. Good job, Mark Whitener, making it off the racetrack. We stay green. Thornton with the lead. O'Neal, Davenport. In Davenport, a rough night here last night. Dalton Wilson up to 4th. Dalton Wilson started 7th, up 3 spots, and he's got a beat on Davenport. They go side by side into turn 3. How about Dalton Wilson throwing the slider on Jonathan Davenport? How about that move?
Big Perm Nation moves up to 3rd. Davenport back down to the inside. Dalton Wilson says, not so fast, my friend. He takes that 3rd spot away. Dalton Wilson from 7th to 3rd in this one. The driver currently the runner-up of the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series point standings, turning in another solid effort. 4 down, 4 to go.
There's only 5 behind Moran. Heading into tonight, Thornton in control right now. He won by over 8 seconds last night. He's won 4 times here at All-Tech. There's been 5 other drivers that have just has 1 win. This is our 10th time here. And right now, he has got 3 laps to go to sit on the outside of the front row tonight.
Looking there on the right side of your screen in that battle for 3rd, Dalton Wilson took that spot away, as we mentioned a couple laps ago, from Jonathan Davenport. Davenport, though, not letting him get too far out of the crosshairs. Now 2 laps remaining for RTJ. He's got a 1.3 second advantage over Hudson O'Neal. Hud with a 2.5 over Dalton Wilson.
Yeah, McIntosh, Shepard, Nodorf behind them. Off at turn 4 is looking around Biedenbaugh. The Barons Performance 1 lap to go. Out at turn number 2. Brandon Overton's on the Victory Fuel pole. It looks like Ricky Thornton Jr. is going to join him, pending the UNOH scales off at turn 4, Dustin.
Yep, checkered flag is out, and it's going to be RTJ getting the win and Coolett Thermotech Heat Race number 3. Hudson O'Neal finishes 2nd. Dalton Wilson from 7th to 3rd. And Jonathan Davenport will take that all-important final transfer spot, followed by Donald McIntosh, Brandon Shepard, Blair Nodorf, Carson Brown, Adam Biedenbaugh, and Mark Whitener rounding out the field. So it's Davenport 4th, Wilson 3rd, O'Neill 2nd, and the winner of Coolett Thermotech Heat Race number 3. He'll start on the outside front row of tonight's main event in the Ultimate Towing and Recovery Elite Ready Mix Capital Waste Certified Inspection Service, Coltman Farms, Hoker Trucking, Sunoco, Race Fuel sponsor 20RT out of Chandler, Arizona. How about it for Ricky Thornton Jr.? So Ricky Thornton makes his way to the UNOH Tech and Scale area, crosses the scales and grows over to the Droop Check. James, just one more heat race tonight for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, and this is going to be Simpson Race Products Heat Race number 4.
Winner will start fourth tonight. It'll be the 16th, fifth in the points. The opening night winner at Golden Isles out of Decorah, Iowa, to be Tyler Bruning. Get on the outside, Am Hunt the front. Remember that race a few years ago ran good in like a 15-year-old motor, right? It was Joseph Joyner in 10.
Row 2 on the inside, led laps here on Thursday night out of Zebulon, Georgia. Behind the wheel of the Austin Smith, the Chad Smith Capital race car, it's going to be Shane Clanton on his outside. He led more laps than anyone here last night out of Cosseyville, Mississippi in the JCM Motorsports 19M. That is Spencer Hughes.
It'll be Tyler Millwood. He's in the 31 out of Kingston, Georgia. And Jimmy Owens in car 24-time series champion. He is out of Newport, Tennessee.
Ross Robinson, the 2017 Delaware International Speedway track champ, starts inside row number 4. And on his outside, the driver that Donald and Gina Bratcher owned, Paylor Motorsports 93, it's going to be Carson Ferguson.
And your final 3 should be the 09 out of Sun River, Montana. It'll be Michael Leach. The 17Z out of Vestal, New York is Seth Zacharias. And the 109 out of Alachua, Florida is Nicholas Johnson. We may have a full field for the first time in a heat race tonight, right? I believe they're all there.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. That would be all of them.
There you go.
Yes, sir. Simpson Race Product. Remember last year when we had Chad and Chris Simpson in Simpson Race Product Heat 4 at Wheatland? You were so excited.
Yes.
Well, one of the highlights of your career, I think.
We did. All we needed was Tim Simpson.
That's
from
right.
Iowa City, Iowa, right?
That's right? We don't have a Simpson in this one, but we got a Bruning and a Joyner in row 1, and we got a Coconut and a Spence in row number 2. Again, 8 laps the distance. Top 4 make their way to the main event, and the winner, as James said, starts on the outside of row 2. So the winner of this one starts 4th.
How about 3 of the first 4? They've led laps here all in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Bruning, of course, winning the opening night, leading there after led early, went to 3rd, came back, got the win. Of course, Spence lead 28 laps did Spencer use last night, and then Clanton led 5 laps the other night, was running 2nd till he had a tire go down. So here we go. Final heat of the night for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. All awaits is 2 10-lap B mains. We'll take the top 3 out of those. We'll set it up on the provisionals. And then we'll have the field set for our 50-lap A main tonight. $15,000 to win the 4th points race of the season. So Tyler Bruning off to a great start, 5th in the points. On the outside, Hunt the front, the Kubota 10 of Joseph Joyner. Nutrient Ag Solutions start zone. We are underway.
Oh, man. They almost piled up down there, James, in that Nutrient Ag Solutions starting zone. And everyone somehow is able to stay clean and green, and they are going to throw the Coltman Farms caution because that looked like one of those Pocono starts, man. I mean, they were nearly 5 wide at one point coming out of turn number 4.
See who's going to go back.
I don't know that anybody's going to go back. I think it was just a Okay. I think they all fumbled the start, truth be told. And that's going to be the case. They're going to try it again in that Nutrient Ag Solutions starting zone. Much better start that time. Green flag is out.
You can't put all 10 of them to a pack of row, can you?
No, but unfortunately, the 10 of Joseph Joyner has gone back several rows.
And he's got an issue.
Way high down in 1 and 2, and he is losing wholesale ground, and he is slow in the back straightaway. We'll see if he can nurse the Kubota number 10 down to the infield and yield to the oncoming traffic out front. Hughes leads, Bruning second, Millwood third, Clanton fourth, and Joyner's not going to make it in time. He's got a flat right rear, and that'll draw the Coltman Farms Racing caution with 1 lap score.
And we did get a lap in. It's the leader +3 in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. So Spencer Hughes, I believe, will be your leader. Bruning, Millwood, and Clanton. So Joyner, yeah, tough break for him. Tail and center down there as you see the right rear down on the Kubota Genuine Parts number 10 Capital.
Yeah, and I think it caught the crew off guard down here in the Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit. They threw the tire over the wall, and it actually bounced off the race car, insult to injury, as the Hunt the Front team's going to put a new right rear tire on car number 10. And tough start to that race. And you got to wonder, he had a little bit of trouble on the first start if that tire was either going down or if he'd had contact. The bad break is Joseph Joyner will have to tag the back of the pack.
Thank you, Ben. Heartbeat Hot Sauce. Again, go to their website, heartbeathotsauce.com, or Amazon, and order some of their great product they have. One of our great sponsors that's consumables for the general public out there, right? Heartbeat Hot Sauce. Thank you very much. Coming back for, this is what, their third year now in a row. So Spencer Hughes, he started on the outside of the front row last night, led 28 of the 50 laps. He's trying to start fourth here tonight. How about the laps led so far this year? MD3 laps led. Dalton Wilson's led 35 laps. Devin Moran's led 34. Spencer Hughes has led 28.
Look at you throwing nuggets and nuggets.
Well, I wrote this down earlier, by the way. That's not off the top of my head.
Well,
Thornton has led 23, but he's won twice. Bruning has led, or won once. He has won once, 15, and then Clanton has led 5 laps. Ben, yes.
Guys, when it's not going for you, it's not going for you. The Hunt the Front team got the tire change on Joyner's car, and then the jack would not go down. They had to pick the car up off the jack, and then the jack got tossed about 20 feet. So it's frustration down here for
Well,
this
Tim's
team.
here from Hellraiser Jacks. I'm sure he could
hook
one
them
down
up
for him.
He could get him a new one, man. It's been one of those nights at Alltech, and the Joyner team feeling the pain. But Joseph's going to rejoin the party and go to the back of the pack. Yellow lights are out.
All right, thanks a lot, Ben. Great job down there. As you guys mentioned, 1 scored, 7 to go. Hughes, Bruning, Millwood, Clanton, your top 4. Bruning chooses the inside lane for this Delaware double file restart. Spencer Hughes trying to pick up kind of where he left off last night. James, if he wins this one, he'll start 4th in tonight's main event.
Owens and Clanton there, how many battles have they had over the last several years, right? As they go into turn 1, new to Ag Solutions restart zone. On the bottom, here comes Tyler Bruning. Tyler Millwood behind him. Oh, he's going to slide up the track. Millwood tries to cross over. On the bottom, is that Clanton? They're trying to go 3 wide. Is that Clanton? Throws it in there. Oh, and Millwood's going to spin in. I don't know how Ross Robinson and they're still together, and they're going to spin, and there's going to be a Coleman Farms caution, and holy cow, they wrecked 5 times.
I was waiting for the roof flaps to deploy
Coming
on
off
that 7.
Shane Clanton threw it in there, didn't he?
Boy, there's a lot to unpack
at this
here.
Dave Warren Power Sports. Thank you, Tiffany. Here's a look at the whole thing, the whole shebang right here. Watch this.
I don't know how Millwood didn't spin right here.
He did. Sideways. I don't know. Ross missed him the first time, and then yikes. Well, we did get a lap in, Dustin.
Well,
that's the good news.
The good news from that.
Not for Ross. Ross will have to go to the back. So Hughes, Bruning, Clanton.
Ross had to feel like he was on one of the rides at down in Orlando with that.
Walt Disney World. Is
Yes.
that you were thinking Kings Island, which we're familiar with, right?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. All
Is
right.
that like the teacup ride?
It was more like the Toy Story ride right there. Green flag's out. We're back underway. 2 laps down, 6 laps to go. Spencer Hughes out front. Tyler Bruning second. Clanton third. And Jimmy Owens up to the 4th spot. Owens may not be done yet. James, look at J.O.
Is that going to work? Is that going to work? Clanton's throwing it in there.
Last time.
Clanton, of course, used to drive for Skyline Motorsports. He'll slip up the track. Owens will go to 3rd. Man.
What on earth is happening tonight at Alltech? Look at Carson Ferguson come from the tail of the field.
He got in the wall on his 2nd qualifying lap. Brings that Paler Motorsports 93 up there. Wow. Pretty sporty heat race. Spencer Hughes says you guys go right ahead. Bruning 2nd, Owens 3rd, 4th is Clanton, 5th is Ferguson.
Everybody on
Ross Robinson is...
Yeah.
He went to the tail, and he's trying to work his way back up through here.
So everybody's really high down in turns 3 and 4. I was about to say they're kind of all over the place, down in 1 and 2. I was about to say they're all over the place in 3 and 4, and they all just made liars out of me because they all went to the top side that last time. The 2 previous laps, I mean, they were kind of slicing and dicing, and they were high, low, and in between. And this last time, they said, well, DJ's going to say something about us running all over 3 and 4. And they all went to the top of the racetrack. 2 to go this time.
Pretty sporty heat race here as Hughes Getting started to the outside front row. The best he can do is fourth here tonight, down the back straightaway. Tyler Bruning is second. Jimmy Owens, Shane Clanton, the top four. Carson Ferguson, fifth spot. Spencer Hughes, the Barron's Performance. 1 lap to go for the Mississippi driver into turn 1.
He won a heat race last night. He's looking to do it again here tonight. A 1-second advantage over Tyler Bruning at the scoring loop last time by as he heads through turns 3 and 4. Ross Robinson going to be out of the race. Checkered flag going to be in the air for Spencer Hughes. Bruning finishes second. Jimmy Owens rallies to third. Shane Clanton will pick up that last transfer position in fourth. Drivers going to the B main are going to one of 2 B mains. Carson Ferguson, Tyler Millwood, Michael Leach, Seth Zacharias, Joseph Joyner, and Ross Robinson. So it was Shane Clanton fourth, Jimmy Owens third, Tyler Bruning second, and the winner of your final Simpson Race Products heat race out of Causeyville, Mississippi, in the JCM Motorsports Yellowhammer Design and Construction, Clyburn Tank Lines, Lone Star Supergas, Neon Bubbles Car Wash, Extreme Graphics, Torco Racing Fuel sponsored, number 19M. How about it for Spencer Hughes? And
So
just like that, we rattle off.
There you go.
4 Lucas Oil heats, James.
16 in the show. We'll take 3 out of each B main. That'll get us to 22, and then we'll settle up on the provisionals again based on last year's points. So the top 9 from last year's points already in. So we're to Troutman and Robinson right now, and again, that's all unofficial. We'll go from there. So your front row tonight's going to be Brandon Overton on the Victory Fuel pole. Outside, Ricky Thornton Jr. In row 2 DJ will be Garrett Alberson and Spencer Hughes.
Indeed it will. Those cars making their way from that last heat race through the UNOH Tech and Scale area. We're going to step aside very briefly for a set of commercial breaks. You're watching the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, and you're watching it all live here on FloRacing.